Disculpen los risitos de oro. Ayer me fui a navegar. Rentamos un barquito chiquitito, pederísimo, ¿no? Un Duffy, para ir con la familia de Belén y no sé por qué se me enchinó totalmente todo el pelo. Entonces, tienen que lidiar con esto. Me da absolutamente igual, lo siento mucho. Espero que estén teniendo un excelente lunes, cabrones, que le estén pasando de huevos, que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana y que no estén muy emputados por la Copa del Mundo, ¿no? Me mama como los tienen a todos bien peleaditos. Es que, güey, lo puedes creer, sí, los odiamos, efectivamente. Qué bueno que todo el mundo se odia. Definitivamente estamos progresando como cultura y como civilización. Pero pues bienvenidos a este episodio del Casino del Tío Salo, donde saben que primero les cuento una gran pendejada y después vamos a analizar más pendejadas, ¿no? Lo hacemos primero en inglés, luego en español, se los traduzco yo y ahí ustedes deciden qué pendejada van a hacer. Así que un mundo lleno de grandes, hermosas cosas por aquí para todos ustedes. El título del video de hoy es ¿qué le está pasando a Netflix? Y muchos de ustedes que probablemente no sigan tablas están preguntando, pues, ¿qué vergas le está pasando a Netflix? Se me hace un tema muy interesante por todas las cosas que lleva de lado y todo lo que va alrededor del mismo, ¿no? Por el tipo de negocio que es, por lo que está pasando con nuestra sociedad hoy, con la economía el día de hoy, etcétera. Se me hace una oportunidad perfecta para hablar de ello en este momento. ¿Qué está pasando con Netflix? Para los que se lo preguntan, Netflix está cayendo en la bolsa bastante fuerte. Les voy a enseñar el gráfico rapidísimo para que lo tengan en mente. Y voy a hacer esto un poco interactivo. Pueden ver, ¿no? Normalmente para la gente que no entiende gráficos, cuando vas para arriba es que el precio está subiendo, ¿no? Y cuando vas para abajo, el precio está bajando. Eso quiere decir que tu empresa vale menos. Eso es un poco sencillo. Y pueden ver el gran bajadón que está dando Netflix. Y para que tengan algo de contexto, este bajadón que ven aquí, acá, este grande, fue el del 2022, que fue uno de los bajadones más grandes en la bolsa. Y muy poca, yo creo que hablamos muy poco de ello. Cualquier persona que hable de la bolsa y de la economía, siempre hacemos referencia al mercado bajista del 2008, pero el 2022 fue un mercado muy, muy potentemente a la baja. Y eso no es lo que estamos viendo, por ejemplo, en estos días. ¿Por qué quiero hablar de Netflix y por qué está cayendo Netflix? ¿No? Es básicamente esto. Déjame te pregunto algo. ¿Tú crees que esto tiene algo que ver solamente con Netflix por el negocio? ¿Tú por qué crees que sea la razón que Netflix está cayendo? Y estoy seguro que muchos de ustedes van a instantáneamente pensar, no, no vas a estar bien ni mal, ¿no? Lo que estoy haciendo son suposiciones. Vienen de alguien, trabajé en la industria del cine, produje, intenté abrir una compañía de ventas, no pude porque a fin de cuentas los güeyes que venden películas son unos... Sí, imagínate los güeyes que venden coches, ¿no? Que son, Dios los bendiga, tengo muchos amigos que venden coches, pero cuando vas a una agencia de coches y encuentras al güey que vende coches y es de, güey, ¿qué pedo con esta pinche gente de mierda sin escrúpulos? Ahora imagínate eso multiplicado por 1,000,000, eso es alguien que vende una película. Entonces, a mí me llamó mucho la atención el negocio de vender películas, porque es un negociazo, pero los vendedores de películas, wow, fue instantáneamente desmotivante meterme en ello. Y qué bueno que no lo hice, porque puta madre, no puedes vender una película estos días, ¿no? Hay muy pocas agencias que todavía lo pueden hacer y lo hacen, pero son las más grandes del planeta y no hay, digamos que no hay oportunidad para terceros, brother, ¿no? Entonces, esta es una industria que me conozco bastante bien, pero de nuevo, no tengo ni puta idea nunca de lo que estoy hablando. Solamente les doy un poco de esto. Hay cosas que son muy obvias, como en el 2020 que platiqué con ustedes en los primeros podcasts de Emprendeduros, donde yo les dije, para mí el cine ya es algo que está muerto y lo vamos a ver colapsar comparado con simplemente lo que vemos en nuestras casas. Y fue algo bastante sencillo de entender, ¿no? Después de ver y también estar del otro lado en lo que es YouTube y todo el nuevo tipo de contenido y entretenimiento que existe en el planeta. Pero ahora Netflix se ha convertido como en un ícono de nuestros tiempos, ¿no? Y ha estado siempre aquí, todo el mundo pues, tiene su membresía de Netflix, Netflix ya tiene deportes en vivo, están expandiendo su catálogo de todo, ¿no? Y te preguntas en este momento, pues, güey, entonces, ¿qué vergas le está pasando a Netflix? Y muchos de ustedes van a decir, güey, probablemente es porque están subiendo sus precios. Bastante razonable, nadie les va a decir que no, ¿no? Si fueran a tomar esa ese camino y decir, güey, pues el precio de Netflix está cayendo porque Netflix está subiendo sus precios y la gente no quiere eso. Válido. La otra cosa que pueden decir es, el precio de Netflix está subiendo, que es cierto, pero la economía está en la mierda. Y es cierto. Y esto abre una ventana ahorita antes de tocar eso. Por eso me gustó tanto el tema del que quiero hablar ahorita. No sé cuántos de ustedes se den cuenta. Y esto es algo muy, 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 muy loco. ¿Ok? Y lo entiendo perfectamente. Es para quien lo quiera tomar o no. ¿Por qué todo se siente como si fuera una operación psicológica en contra de nosotros? Como si el gobierno todo estuviera de un lado haciendo todas estas cosas para hacernos actuar de cierta forma. ¿Por qué todo se siente así? Para muchos de ustedes van a decir, güey, yo no siento eso, yo tengo completa libertad de juicio y por eso estoy gastando todo mi dinero ahorita porque pues no importa nada y debería de gastarme todo mi dinero porque a fin de cuentas a la verga con las compañías de tarjeta de crédito, ¿no? Porque esa es una operación psicológica en ti, hermano, que te están haciendo creer, ¿no? ¿Por qué se siente así? Porque esta realidad es muy extraña, señores, en la que vivimos y ni siquiera es real. Y literalmente estamos siendo entrenados, no para caer en ello, sino para ver cuándo despertamos y no caemos en estas cosas. ¿Y a qué me refiero con esto? En este momento, la operación psicológica grande que se le está aplicando a todo el mundo es, güey, nunca vas a poder comprar casa. Dígame si ustedes no se sienten así, ¿no? Nunca vas a poder comprar casa, carnal. Nunca te va a alcanzar para tener una familia, carnal. No hay dinero y simplemente todo el dinero va a continuar devaluándose y no hay nada que puedas hacer. Todos los años vas a ser más pobre y no importa cuánto dinero ganes, no vas a poder salir de la pobreza. Entonces, ve al mundial, compra tu boleto ahorita con él, cómpralo ahora y págalo después. Métete en una deuda de no mames, cómprate el coche que quieres, güey, da igual que no lo puedas pagar, cómprate todas las pendejadas que gustes comprar, porque nunca las vas a poder comprar de todas maneras si todo el mundo está contigo y nadie va a poder pagar su tarjeta de crédito, carnal. ¿A alguien más le suena? ¿No? Es justamente el mensajeo que te están dando todos en este momento. Y muchos de ustedes dirán, pero eso es justamente lo que está pasando en realidad, Alejandro. Sí, pero esto pasa todo el tiempo y luego regresa otra vez del otro lado. No, siempre, este tipo de ocasiones siempre pasa y recuerda, la finalidad de todo esto, del sistema financiero, es hacerte pensar esto para cuando te sientas ya que no puedes respirar, vengan y te rescaten, te den dinero y tú se lo regreses a ellos. Entonces tiene que haber otra vez otra época de prosperidad, entre comillas, por supuesto, porque es la otra época donde te dan tantito dinero para que se lo regreses. Pero tiene que volver a ver. ¿Y por qué digo esto? Porque ahorita el mensajeo está mucho más basado en cosas que tienen que ver con fuera de tu casa. Baby, vete de viaje, carnal, vete a este pinche isla en Hawái que está de no mames, güey, no tienes dinero para estar ahí, pero no importa, ponle en tu tarjeta de crédito, cómpralo ahora y págalo después. Y todo el mundo lo que está haciendo ahorita es lo que vimos en 1920. En 1920 tuvimos algo que se llamó The Roaring Twenties. Y eso fue cuando todo el mundo, después de la pandemia, así es una, que pasó 100 años atrás, antes de la que estamos viviendo en este momento, dijo, güey, a la verga, voy a salir a todos lados porque puedo y voy a gastarme todo mi dinero. Y todo eso fue seguido en 1929 por la Gran Depresión. De aquí a 1929, esto es lo más bonito de todo para toda la gente que está emocionada por lo que viene y que cree que va a haber una recesión ahorita y que nos vamos a ir para el pito y la chingada. No, güey. 1900, mámate esta, solamente para que lo tengas en mente, ¿no? Yo le doy más preferencia que todo esto se repite y también en lo que estoy viendo. Uno, en el 2021, tuviste un mercado alcista de Bitcoin. Vamos a solamente usar Bitcoin, ¿no? Entonces, en 1921 tuviste un mercado alcista de Bitcoin, el tope de Bitcoin, ¿no? Eso quiere decir que todo subió y ese fue el momento para vender. Y después de ahí tuviste el mercado súper bajista del 2022. Después 4 años después del 2021, en el 2025, tuviste el mercado súper alcista de Bitcoin. Y en el 2026, 4 años después del 22, tuviste que haberlo vendido, ¿no? Y estás en un mercado bajista, entre comillas. Este no está tan malo como el del 2022. Adivina qué sigue después de que el 2021, el 2025, 4 años después de eso es el 2029, que coincide perfectamente con el 1929. Y lo más padre de todo esto es cuando empiezan estos tiempos culerísimos, empiezan después de la última euforia alcista en la bolsa. Y es justamente a donde vamos. Entonces, ahorita toda la gente que está preocupada por todos estos desmadres, tranquila. Pero lo que quiero llegar con esto es, de aquí a ese entonces, una empresa como Netflix la va a tener dura. Porque no hay tantas cosas ahorita, a menos de que exista alguna emergencia que te haga quedarte en casa y no tengas nada que hacer, a la que la gente tenga que poner todo su dinero en entretenerse diario con películas que están de la verga y series de televisión que no importan y contenido que incluye propaganda. Pero es lo que ustedes quieren ver en Netflix, ¿no? Pero ahora lo más interesante de esto, y a lo que voy es llegar con esto con Netflix. ¿Tú crees que este es un problema de Netflix? No, no es un problema exclusivo de Netflix. Déjame, te enseño. ¿Estás viendo Netflix acá? Acá tengo, por alguna razón, alguien called me out en el chat, ¿no? Aquí tengo Disney. Y este es mi dibujito de el hombre con tetas y pito. Donde Disney había hecho un alto histórico en 2021 y desde entonces ha estado en la mierda para abajo, ¿no? Aquí aguantando apenas el SM200. Eso quiere decir que Disney está en un mercado bajista también por 5 años. Bueno, pero es que Disney, güey, le pone tetas a güeyes y pitos a viejas. Ok. Te voy a enseñar Paramount Skydance. Paramount, ustedes saben quién es Paramount, los dueños de James Bond, no sé si ya lo vendieron, no me acuerdo, pero pues Paramount también hizo tope en el 2021 y ha estado en la mierda desde entonces. Me pregunto por qué. Ahora, lo más interesante de todo esto es que no nada más tiene que ver con el tiempo en el que estamos. Y una vez más, en el tiempo en el que estamos en este momento, no, no premia, no te está incentivando a que te gastes todo tu dinero en este tipo de cosas ahorita. Lo hicieron en la pandemia y todo esto y por eso tuvieron como, lo tienes que ver como ciclos donde van poniendo el dinero en un lugar y en otro, porque es lo que nos vamos a ocupar. El mensajeo de estos 4 años se va a tratar de esto, ¿no? Y el mensajeo de estos 4 años es tienes que ir a todos los eventos porque todos tus influencers favoritos están yendo a todos tus eventos porque todo el mundo les está regalando boletos para que te hagan pensar que ellos están pagando por ello en lo que tienen que bailar como changuitos. Por cierto, cuando fui al partido ahorita del Mundial con mi vieja a ver España, eh, en lo que estoy llegando al estadio, me marcan, ¿no? Y un número de México. Yo dije, mames, no, ni siquiera conozco este pinche teléfono, no va a contestar. Era una empresa gigantesca, gigantesca, para decirme que me querían regalar 2 boletos, uno para mí y uno para mi esposa, muy considerados, eso sí, para ir a ver el partido de España ¿contra quién jugamos, verga? España contra Bélgica, ¿no? Ahorita, el partido al que fui. Que, por cierto, si me hubieran hablado a ese tiempo y yo no hubiera ya salido de mi casa y todo, nunca hubiera llegado porque no tienen ni puta idea de dónde vivo, de lo lejos que está el estadio, ¿no? Y me dicen, queremos darte unos boletos. Y los boletos sonaban bien, honestamente. Digo, me gasté $11,000 en mis boletos. Entonces me pude haber ahorrado los $11,000. Lo único que tenía que hacer era un reel, 4 historias y un TikTok. Baila, changuito, y ve y pretende que te le estás pasando de huevos y dile a todo el mundo que te le estás pasando de huevos gracias a nosotros. Yo creo que el punto ya de anunciar estas cosas es irrelevante porque estas empresas que quieren anunciar a través de ti haciendo esto no se llevan nada porque lo hacen de la verga. Yo creo que el punto más es literalmente el plan del todo, ¿no? De haz que todo el mundo le dé FOMO para que vayan a esto y se gasten todo su dinero. Eso es lo que está ahorita diciéndole a todos ustedes. Ahí es donde vas a ir a gastarte todo tu dinero en los próximos años. Y esto todavía no va a cambiar. ¿Ustedes creen cuando bajen los intereses y todo esto, ustedes van a ir a gastar todavía más para hacer esto y poder? Recuerda, si viene la Gran Depresión, ¿no? si se repite todo, que todo se repite, literalmente la Tierra rota, todo es un ciclo, todo es lo mismo, no todo pasa igual a ciertos tiempos. Y vamos a la Gran Depresión. Además, otra cosa que me fascina de eso es, hay muchísima gente que es, ¿cómo se diría en español? La gente que puede ver eh, a través del tiempo y en diferentes cosas. Todo el mundo tiene apuntado una mega tragedia económica en el 2029 al 2031. Cualquier güey que sea de los más tops, como Ingo Swann, Joseph McNagiggle o como chingados se llame, todos ellos, todos apuntan a que definitivamente va a haber una tragedia. Y esto fue antes de todo lo que ha pasado antes, y muchos de ellos apuntaron a la del 2020, lo que pasó con COVID. Así, interesante. Antes de que ocurriera y también la del 2008. Entonces, no es tan difícil entender esto. Y sobre todo, olvídense de esos pinches locos, solamente ve los ciclos repitiéndose. Sabemos que vamos a ir a comer mierda en el 2029, 2030, 2031, ¿no? Lo entendemos, espero que sí. Esto va a ocurrir con el mega endeudamiento de todo el mundo y llegar definitivamente al lugar donde te están intentando llevar psicológicamente, que es endeúdate porque nunca vas a tener dinero, güey. Nunca te va a alcanzar. Endeúdate. Te invito, ven conmigo a endeudarte, ¿no? Como dirían los influencers. Entonces, ven conmigo a ver cómo me despierto. Y salen en la cama, estirándose después de poner la cámara con el tripié. Ahora les tomó 30 minutos de despertarse. Esta sociedad, Dios mío. Estoy viendo simulación, te estoy viendo, hija de puta, me la pelas. Entonces, por ahorita va a haber un rato donde empresas como Netflix y estas no tengan crecimiento real. Y ahora también tienes que entender el otro momento en el que estamos, donde todo lo que es mainstream, aquí hay varias cosas que van a afectar a esto. Todo lo que es entretenimiento mainstream lo están cambiando y mucha gente no se está dando cuenta de esto, ¿no? Yo soy muy inteligente, entonces me estoy dando cuenta de esto. Pero no, está pasando en tiempo real enfrente de todos nosotros, pero todos, una vez que formamos un pensamiento, una idea y la estructuramos, nos quedamos en ella. No podemos evolucionar, ¿no? Nos quedamos simplemente marcados con lo que es. Pero el entretenimiento, las empresas de entretenimiento son Meta, Meta a través de sus plataformas, TikTok, YouTube. Esas son las nuevas empresas de entretenimiento. Y lo que tengo para enseñarles, ¿no? Es simplemente todos tus artistas favoritos ya están en redes sociales, todos tus, ¿no? A la gente que ignoramos de Hollywood porque son de hueva, pero ahora aparentemente son muy interesantes, están en redes sociales. Y las redes sociales han quitado a todo el mundo y ellos han puesto, literalmente te dan de comer a quién vas a ver. Ya no importa quién sigas, ya no importa a quién le hayas dado follow y subscribe y suscríbeme a esta chingadera. Da igual, carnal. Ellos te van a dar y meter por el culo a quien sea, porque ellos son los dueños del algoritmo y es lo único que vas a ver. Entonces, efectivamente, las empresas de entretenimiento han morfeado a este otro lugar, ¿no? Que es donde los mismos fondos que son dueños de Netflix, de Skydance Paramount, de Disney, son dueños de estas empresas también. Tienen un CEO que, uy, qué padre, ¿no? Pero ellos son los inversores totales de todos estos lugares. Entonces dicen, güey, pues lo estoy cambiando de una a otra sin que la gente se dé cuenta. Y muchos de ustedes van a decir, pero Alejandro, yo todavía quiero ver películas. Yo soy una persona muy sofisticada y voy en contra del todo. A mí no me gustan las redes sociales. Yo soy súper inteligente y muy bien asolado. Es más, tengo mucho Bitcoin. Y es muy válido, mi amigo bitcoinero. Es muy válido lo que estás diciendo. Pero aquí estas empresas tienen un problema todavía más grande. ¿Cuál es ese problema más grande? Hay dos empresas gigantescas que no tienen el problema que les acabo de enseñar en estos gráficos, ¿no? Puedes ver el gráfico de Paramount todavía, que literalmente se han comido todo el lunch de estos güeyes. Una de ellas se llama Apple. Y adivina qué, carnal. Sigue subiendo. Apple. Así es. Porque para Apple, hacer peliculitas y todas estas estupideces simplemente es un perk para todos sus pendejos usuarios, suscriptores y gente que tiene una computadora como yo y todo su ecosistema de Apple. Entonces, para Apple no les cuesta nada y, güey, $1 billoncito nos gastamos al año haciendo estas mamadas, güey, no mames, me limpio el culo con $1,000 millones. Y la otra es mi amigo Lex Luthor, Amazon, que por cierto, Amazon, la neta, es una mierda comparado con Apple. Apple es mucho mejor que Amazon. Uy, pero güey, es que me está corrigiendo. No es nada, papi, nada, no se preocupen por Lex Luthor y por Jeff Bezos, ¿ok? Todo bien. Entonces, Netflix tiene un pedo gigantesco. Tiene que pelear por un segmento de mercado que para ellos es toda su chamba y es lo único que tiene. Pero para estas otras dos empresas gigantescas, literalmente es dinero extra que se encontraron debajo del colchón, poder crear contenido con tus artistas favoritas que ya puedes encontrar en todas las redes sociales, el nuevo entretenimiento del mundo. Y eso sin tomar en cuenta que la mayor cantidad de la atención se está yendo a estas plataformas, que es como YouTube y todo eso. ¿Por qué? Porque los mismos estudios, ¿por qué crees que estás viendo a Hilary Duff en todos lados, no? Dios la bendiga, Hillary, buen pedo y la chingada. Pero, ¿por qué a nadie le importó por años y ahora todo el mundo se está dando cuenta que está buenísima? Cuando, por cierto, no mamen. ¿O cómo es que todo el mundo se dio cuenta que Sydney Sweeney tiene unas tetotas, pero solamente hace 1 año o 2 años? Cuando las ha tenido y les ha enseñado en el show de Euphoria por no sé cuánto tiempo. ¿Por qué todo el mundo se dio cuenta que esta mujer tiene unas megatetas y está deliciosa, pero apenas hace 2 años? Porque te la están metiendo por el culo a cucharadas, carnal. Porque te están metiendo a toda la gente de este lado por el culo enfrente de ti. Y ahora todas las empresas, ¿se acuerdan que al principio les dije, yo quería quería empezar yo mi propia empresa de ventas de película? Las empresas de venta de películas son las agencias más grandes del mundo, CAA, WME, William Morris, Endeavor, ICM y estas otras empresas que representan a estos actorzuchos. Todas estas empresas ahora se dedican a vender a sus clientes a través de redes sociales y por eso los estás viendo en todos lados, porque ahora estas empresas de ventas de películas ahora también tienen una mega cantidad de dinero que les está cayendo deliciosamente a través de esto. Nada mal, si me preguntan a mí cómo han morfeado toda esta industria en lo que todo el mundo todavía está volteando a ver estas cosas. Y esto es literalmente a lo que quiero llegar. ¿Es una buena idea invertir en Netflix a futuro? Les voy a decir esto. A mí no me llama ni tantito la atención ese pedo. Ni tantito. Porque de verdad lo que tienen en contra es mucho más grande a lo que tienen a favor. Sean deportes en vivo, no, sean los dueños de Fórmula 1, etcétera. Porque Apple en realidad les quitó el launch, ¿no? Ahorita Apple TV en Estados Unidos son los que nos enseñan Fórmula 1 y se lo quitaron también a la televisión pública. Amazon está quitando partidos de básquetbol y partidos de la NFL y lo del Mundial, pues no, pero están poco a poco quitándole el launch a todos los demás en esto. Y básicamente están pasando todo ahí. Entonces, si me preguntas, güey, Netflix va a ser una gran inversión, puedes ver que Netflix está cayendo ahorita, pero ves como Disney, Skydance, Paramount y todas estas otras empresas no han tenido un alto histórico por 5 años. ¿Qué te garantiza que a Netflix le va a volver a ir bien? Yo sé que te siguen metiendo por el culo, que te van a encerrar otra vez y que va a venir el virus de hentai y te va a hacer meterte pitos de calamares por la boca y por todos lados, ¿no? Como en tus fantasías sexuales de las caricaturas. Pero no lo creo, carnal. No lo creo. Simplemente están usando ese miedo en contra tuya para hacerte actuar de cierta forma y cometer los mismos putos errores una y otra vez. No creo que ese vaya a ser el caso. Yo creo que simplemente lo que van a hacer, van a continuar empujando la operación psicológica en todos ustedes, en todos nosotros, de gasta, gasta, gasta. Si no gastas, no eres nadie. Si no vas a todos estos eventos, no eres nadie y no te vas a divertir. No te quedes en casa viendo Netflix, ¿no? Porque a nadie le importa y nadie... De todas maneras, no hablas con la gente, no tienes amigos, carnal. Y por más que estés en cosas sociales, todo el mundo está en su teléfono y por ende todo el mundo se siente lo más solo que se ha sentido. Con todo y que las estadísticas nos indican que la gente se está juntando para eventos y para verse así una a otra en la mayor cantidad posible en la mayor cantidad en la historia, pero la crisis de la soledad está en altos históricos también. ¿Cómo puedes explicar eso? ¿No? ¿Cómo es que todos están juntando la mayor cantidad de ustedes entre todos y aún así todos ustedes se sienten solos? Es por esto. Los están mandando a hacer estas pendejadas y ahí van todos a hacer estas pendejadas. Entonces, no, lo cool no va a ser que te quedes en casa viendo tu serie favorita en Netflix con tus actores ya completamente quemados y tomando solamente el cheque que les están dando porque tienen que y porque, pues, güey, no quisieron nada más con su puta vida. ¿Pondría yo mi dinero en Netflix a futuro? No. ¿Estoy dispuesto a estar equivocado? Por supuesto. Pero es algo que me interesa y algo que yo debería estar viendo como una gran oportunidad de inversión. Pregúntale a Disney, pregúntale a Paramount Skydance, pregúntale a todas estas empresas. No lo creo. Yo creo que simplemente Netflix tenía la mejor posición porque estaban parados sin gastarse en todo lo que los estudios se gastaban y ahora Netflix es una operación gigantesca que tiene gastos gigantescos que solamente se dedica a hacer esta cosa y que todas las empresas más grandes del planeta como Apple, Paramount, etcétera, le están quitando todo el lunch a ellos y simplemente no van a ver nada para adelante. Y es por eso, siempre les digo, lo mejor que puedes hacer es simplemente ver gráficos, carnal, y poder ver todas las cosas relacionadas a tu gráfico para poder darte cuenta de si algo te estás perdiendo, algo no estás entendiendo, si es toda la industria que se está comportando así, si no, ¿por qué chingados se está comportando así cuando estoy viendo que todo está en alto histórico, pero Netflix no está en altos históricos? ¿Qué es lo que está pasando? Y yo creo que esto ayuda a contar un poco ese relato, ¿no? Si quieres aprender, ¿no? De gráficos, carnales, aquí tengo la solución para ustedes. Güey, qué buen plug hiciste, Alejandro. No, en realidad no. Pero si quieren aprender cómo leer un gráfico, vengan a estos deliciosos productos acá que tenemos. Tengo un cursillo, claro, que es que eres un estafador y tienes cursos, correcto, de $29.99, que es para que te vuelvas de cero a trader. Ahora, no te vas a volver un pinche mago a trading solamente viendo esto, pero esto te va a enseñar a leer una puta gráfica decentemente para que no hagas pendejadas y estés invirtiendo en empresas que son obsoletas y que no han tenido altos históricos en 17 años. Simplemente lo que yo recomiendo, ¿no? No, y esto fue literalmente... A mí me encanta esto del casino porque yo soy un completo adicto de mierda en muchas diferentes cosas. Una de ellas es ser un apostador y me encanta todo eso. Pero fuera de pedo, esto te ayuda mucho a no caer en estupideces como la del dólar se va a caer cuando has visto al dólar subir por un año completo. No, esas narrativas. No es que los intereses están lo más alto que han estado y siguen subiendo cuando los intereses no están subiendo. No, se están quedando literalmente de lado. Todo esto te va a ayudar con todo eso. Y literalmente es un video de 1 hora 40 minutos donde lo vas a ver todo y para poder aprender. Porque esto es bastante básico. Si vienes y quieres aprender y no entiendes ni vergas y nunca has visto un gráfico, esto es lo que te enseña eso. Porque así me hubiera gustado haber aprendido en vez de la acogida que me dieron la revolcada cuando te compras un cursillo que ya te hablan como si fueras un puto analista profesional. Nel, güey. Así. Lo que yo recomiendo para que lo puedas aprender de la manera más sencilla, güey, simplemente vete el curso un par de veces, no nada más una vez, y luego ven estos en vivos. Con esto, porque cuánto tiempo nos gastamos viendo gráficos, deberías de poder agregar a tus conocimientos. Y si ahí tienes preguntas, que es lo que normalmente pasa ya para cementar esa base deliciosa, tenemos acá las sesiones de trading en vivo también. Y acá también tenemos el curso completo, está ahí. Tenemos otros videos extras, como cómo usar apalancamiento, cómo leer la volatilidad con nuestros índices, todas estas chingaderas. Y también puedes preguntar en estos en vivos, ¿no? Güey, puedes analizar esta acción que la analizamos hace 2 días, pero quiero invertir en ella, pero todavía no ha pasado nada. Y pues sí, lo podemos hacer efectivamente. Y también tenemos clases cada 2 jueves con ustedes exclusivamente, solamente con los miembros de acá. Y ahí es donde preguntas, güey, ¿sabes qué? Vi el curso, he visto tus en vivos, pero no entiendo por qué estás haciendo esto. Y con eso deberías de poder ir a donde quieras a hacer lo que gustes y aprender todo lo que tengas que aprender, cabrón. Tenemos también alertas de trading. No te recomiendo para nada que lleves esto si no sabes lo que estás haciendo. Para nada. Porque una cosa es jugarle al verga y entender, ¿no? Según tú lo que estás haciendo, Nel, güey. Si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, es muy fácil hacerte perder dinero si eres la bolsa, porque la bolsa se trata psicológicamente de cogerte. No entras a un casino y el casino es de, bienvenido al casino, ven a jugar ruleta, donde todo está a tu favor. Nel, es, ven a jugar ruleta porque te la vamos a meter con lo que estás parado junto con tu esposa, pero mínimo tenemos chupe gratis. Es la manera de verlo. Y es todo lo que tenemos por acá. Si no, también puedes caer a nuestro Discord. Aquí en Discord te pongo todas mis pendejadas, todas mis ideas. Esta es mi idea de Bitcoin ahorita, todo lo que estamos viendo con el ciclo del 2018 repetirse, etcétera. Esto es completamente gratis también y tienen aquí a mis ideas pendejas, tienen los análisis de Alex, tienen los análisis de Farhan y también tienen acá este criptolingo que en realidad son abreviaciones de cómo es lo que escriben, porque hay muchos que no entienden lo que están diciendo estos cracks y están en inglés y en español en sus apartados, ¿no? Que están aquí. Se lo recomiendo muchísimo ver. Y ya, güey, si tienes una pregunta más, pregúntaselo a la puta inteligencia artificial. No te hagas pendejo. Lo usas todo el tiempo, güey. Ya no sabes ni pensar, ¿no? Pregunta a la inteligencia artificial, oye, ¿qué quiere decir esto? Y te lo va a contestar, tío. Ahí está, te ahorré muchísimo sufrimiento. Y ahorita vamos a regalar de nuestros sorteos semanales, ya saben que regalamos $9,000 con Bitunix, sí, con Bitunix, iba, no mames, iba. Hoy vamos a regalar esto, pero tiene que activarse esto, entonces probablemente para cuando yo acabe mi análisis de Bitcoin estaremos dando el giveaway de esos $3,000 y probablemente se los lleven los mismos güeyes, ¿no? Que hay muy poca gente tradeando. Es verano, cabrones. Poco volumen, todo el mundo está viendo otro lado y por eso está pasando todo esto. Con eso dicho, vámonos para adelante y vamos a darle a las tablas. ¿Qué les parece ya empezar esto de una vez? Voy a traer a Alex y a Farhan acá y a darle. Señores, how are you?
Yo, good morning.
Buenos dias, cabrones. We
How's
got
it
a new
going,
week
boys?
upon us. We're doing pretty well. I'm a little disappointed with my dude Holland, but you know it's my first World Cup, and I'm getting some disappointments in.
Welcome to heartbreak. Welcome to heartbreak. Any sport, right? When you get into it, it's fucking always it's disappointing unless your team wins, which by the way, it's one in I don't know how many, right? So the odds are never really good unless you're Brazilian, but not anymore because it's been like 20 years. So fuck those guys too. What do you got for us, Alex?
Yeah, it looks like at least on crypto side, things are looking just a little heavy, nothing crazy, but now we're at that big 62 too. And I think potentially tether dominance is just telling a little story here. Yesterday, I identified here that we did reclaim that daily median. And to me, this was like a very easy bottom formation pattern forming. Here you had a low, here you had price divergence, you had the median as confluence. Okay, maybe there's a bottom here, at least locally. And so if you just draw like a simple line, you can just see, okay, this is bullish price structure forming. Here we have a bullish outcome. This is why on the Discord last night I posted about that local bottom formation. But the confirmation is getting back above the daily EMA 9. And have you gotten back above that? No, you have not. So this is not confirmed yet, but it does mean that into tonight, this absolutely could confirm. And that would actually trigger a bullish move on tether dominance to the upside, targeting around 9%. And like we mentioned before, each and every single time tether dominance reaches this 9%, has been basically in a series of lows on Bitcoin. This is when Bitcoin does end up going for the lows, and you know, and at least in that moment, it would make some kind of low, and or at least safer, you know, I guess saying would be at least test near the lows. So that means that Bitcoin is gearing up potentially for a move back to the range lows, confirmed tonight on tether dominance. So that means that technically speaking, something will confirm on Bitcoin tonight as well. These play hand in hand together. Tether dominance just being the inverse relation to Bitcoin. So, right, reclaiming the nines, my key thing, and we're really watching very closely the 21. 21 would be a great sign, but you don't need that reclaim to confirm, in my opinion, this being a local low. Will definitely help with the buy trigger, though. Just get back above the 8.567%. Let's look at the 2-day here. 2 days, well, essentially meaning you're not into breakdown anymore. Confluence as a trader that perhaps, yeah, a local bottom is being formed here. Back within the blue zone, confluence of that 9% move, just really targeting that median. Okay. Now, if you really get back above this median, you do make a new all-time high on tether dominance, and well, that means Bitcoin's made a new low, and well, this could actually happen quite fast. Now, I'm not on the camp that a new low is coming within the next 2 days, but I still believe that into July, this is the last moment for bears to actually flex a new low before we enter at least into a multi-month range and or consolidation. Now, I wanted the beginning of July to really be the month. Notice it's just taken a little, time. Since the beginning of July, we've actually been moving up. So it's a race against time for bears. We really do need to start seeing bears actually dump us. I mentioned that on Friday. You are going to need to see 8.567% reclaimed here. You need to start seeing this move up to 9%. You have daily and 2-day giving triggers. So that's going to be your first key sign that, okay, bears are shifting into control, but now we actually need to see the expansion down. You will notice that each time we've gone down, at least towards the 8.3, 8.4, it has been getting bought up. So no real big moves quite yet. And really, since the beginning of July, it's just been range and up. But now we want to start actually seeing bears take control. And that's just based on the weekly here. Again, on tether dominance, it's telling a good story. Here, you're potentially getting back above your weekly 5, and you never even lost your weekly 9. So if you just throw your weekly 5 off, you can just see, no, yeah, you didn't actually lose your 9 at all. Aggressive traders are playing the 5, of course, but if you're just sticking to your weekly 9, as you should, this is straight to business. You even have here your higher high break. And again, this is shifting to a higher low. It's not like we've taken out June 15th low after this higher high break, and now we're potentially shifting into a downtrend. There is literally no change from the beginning of June up until now, July, right? We're in higher high, higher low, near the weekly 9, higher high break. Okay, interesting. Then you make a higher low. You actually are on the weekly 9. And are you just about to make another higher high break? It's very straight to business. Exactly what we've been seeing really since the start of May and also this entire bear market. But what you noticed in May was bulls really start taking control again, and you got expansion off your weekly EMA 9. You're still back above the weekly median, and that does at least give tether dominance here the target to around 9.12%. Confluence of maybe that 9% is brewing, being hit. So again, tether dominance is looking very bullish actually, and it never shifted to becoming bearish. You have the potential to get distribution here on a wick basis on the biweekly. We got to start seeing a move. Bulls and bears both need a move here. And as biweekly volatility is showing, you're really not going to stay here forever. You're now in the point of interest where you very easily could start actually brewing a move. Expansion at this current point would lead tether dominance to the upside. Why I'm saying that statistically is just based on trend. Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, and then into the next biweekly, so to next week, are you just about to make the new all-time high on tether dominance? Something to note, biweekly has a top candle, need follow through. You did close below the previous candle low as well. So you just need follow through. You're potentially going to get that. You're at the biweekly median. That would give you a target down to 7.6%, a level we have not hit since May. But also, if you do get back above that median, you are brewing new highs, and this is giving you a target up to around 10.4. Let's measure both targets. So rejection median would mean you're moving down 12%. Median reclaim would mean you're moving up 20%. Just so everyone's aware, this move up is more on par with the biweekly volatility setups, like statistical move up, in par with potentially that bear moon setup. I am not sure when that's coming. I'm sure Farhana will talk about it, but that is incoming as well. I believe in the next few days. So statistically, there are more things pointing to this breaking out. than this moving down. And the biweekly is giving a setup mentioned on Bitcoin. Remember, inverse relationship. So I can mention it here. Anytime macro trend is up on biweekly, anytime macro trend is up on tether dominance, the biweekly volatility setup often gives a pretty easy gauge. Whenever macro trend is up and you get a biweekly volatility setup, not really many, but the ones we do have does kind of indicate expansion to that direction, whichever is macro trend. So macro trend here in this case is up. You had volatility setup fire off on biweekly to the upside. Remember that this volatility setup is the start of the bear market in October. So what we see now is October up until now has given us one biweekly volatility setup on tether dominance. And that is what led us to, essentially that 9%. And then so far now, you've just seen the contraction of volatility on the biweekly, which is now actually giving you a setup. Now, aggressive Bitcoin bulls are looking at this saying, yeah, this is going to be the start of the new bull market. But see, that's the bear market trap. There's no bull market until you really actually put in bull market structure. There's none of that, specifically on Bitcoin. The only bull market so far is on tether dominance, and this is a clear uptrend. So with this biweekly volatility setup, you do need to be watching very carefully now, the next 1 to 2 weeks. 1 second, let me just let my dog out. There we go, back in black. Now we can look at other volatility setups, and I've talked about this before, so I know it seems somewhat repetitive, but I just think it really does at least dumb it down essentially on what is more likely to come, especially if you're one looking at these biweekly volatility setups. I know I am. We don't want to be misled thinking this could be the start of something new until we actually get something new. And what I've shown so far, just on tether dominance alone, is you have a big setup brewing. There's literally been no changes. And the only change has maybe been on the lower time frames where this isn't an uptrend. But now even then, you are starting to see a downtrend. I mean, not uptrend, inverse relationship. So this isn't a 12-hour downtrend. But you are starting to see that shift after the higher high break. And then notice here the higher lows. This is a sneaky trend shift in the making. All while tonight you're brewing a 12-hour buy trigger. Notice the 34 has been rejecting us since the start of July. So I can safely say if we get back above this 34, all the price action we've seen so far in July is changing. We're actually seeing the first sign of strength this entire month of July. You also see a 12-hour volatility setups on the cusp of firing off. Now, this is important even on a 12-hour, because if the 12-hour fires off, that could actually lead to, again, the domino effect, which is the daily, 2-day. And again, that all bleeds into that bi-weekly juicy Glock 3000 volatility setup that, again, only one that fired off this bear market was in October. Right, that's been absolutely decimation for bulls on Bitcoin. And you will see into October, you even had very lower time frame, even on the daily here, volatility. And really what started this bear market was the lower time frames firing off volatility setups. That's why it's very cool to have a biweekly volatility setup in confluence with lower time frame volatility setups. Look at the start of the move. I mean, this was off the back of a 12-hour volatility setup that just started to domino effect into the other ones until that biweekly did eventually and inevitably fire off. So again, I'm not here to just only talk about tether dominance, but I just think it's very relevant to the market we're in. We do have a biweekly top candle. So if you are going to run and be a bull, then that means next 6 days, you will need to see at minimum tether dominance back to around 8%. So us at 8.638%, it doesn't really seem very likely, but we are at that biweekly median. There are some things here that Bitcoin bulls could run with. But like I just mentioned, there's a lot more things for bears, really just running bi-weekly distribution, but that will run its course if we don't get a breakdown within the next 6 days. Now remember, the bi-weekly is looking bearish, somewhat distribution. But again, you have a volatility setup. It kind of needs to look bearish if you are going to get a volatility setup, right? That just means price needs to move down a bit, get a contraction of volatility. But look at the monthly. This is the definition of bullish. I mean, look at this. Let me get these off. This is insane. I mean, you're now basing off of your monthly median. This is insane because the last time you were doing this was right into November, December, January. Okay, look, November you got the reclaim. December, January you got expansion. Both times off the median. 9%. Here's your big one. This gave you a 20%, and then you went up again. And then here you've had multiple months of down. You got almost off the median and the monthly 9. And that gave you a 34%. And now if this monthly median's holding, this actually gives you a measured move up to around 32% as well. Now May, let's look at May really fast. Let's look at biweekly volatility in May. Right, so May, even though it was going up, was still in volatility contraction. Let me see here. So if volatility contraction gave us still a new high into May, then again, when we have volatility giving us a setup on the biweekly and even the monthly median being hit, that's why you do still in the macro have to be quite bullish on tether dominance, quite bearish on Bitcoin. And that's, just something we're going to be running with going into this week. And now going to Bitcoin, because I just won't think this monthly is a good way to end things off. Now going to Bitcoin, you can see it all does just correlate to essentially a 62,200 loss of support and or a hold of that. So let's go to Bitcoin now, the fun one, the important one. Let's see here. Anytime. Okay, so what's currently playing out now from, I guess, last stream was essentially still the daily EMA 34. Now, if we go here, let's kind of now understand this idea is just solely based on the potential of an inverse head and shoulders. This would still mean, though, Bitcoin needs to move and actually test near June 6th and 5th lows. So test near here, form that right inverse shoulder, would give us then the move up if it ends up holding 60,000. Okay. But there's no indication that this is going to hold. This is just a pattern, but this is also very obvious. And something Farhana likes to mention is whenever the more obvious the pattern, the less it will probably play out. I mean, I don't even trade off patterns and I'm talking about this. So I'm sure pattern bros are literally horny, bricked up, wake up every morning looking at their chart, licking their lips, ready to actually bid the inverse head and shoulders. Understand that can be a trap in itself. That's why 62.2 is going to be your big spot. That's the big area of interest. And going into today, that's going to be just the focal point. That's going to be the spot that you need to be watching if you're a bull and a bear. Let me delete this and we can really see 62,200 is the spot of firstly chop. This was your first big bear trap on the daily where you got a loss of support. You made that wick low around 61.5. I believe Trump gave a tweet, said crypto's amazing. And then here you got a major green dildo, nice reclaim deviation play. Now you will notice this is a deviation play. This was the retest. So very much like bi-weekly retesting the median on tether dominance, could literally talk about that being a whole bearish setup, just not confirmed. Bitcoin also is putting in a bullish throwback. It's just not confirmed. And you will notice you are losing 62.2 potentially today, but also the 38.2%. Understand, really, once you got back within the 38.2% was when? The beginning of July. That's when Bitcoin started to move up massively. Again, this is just really signaling to me that things are starting to shift that we haven't seen since really I guess since June, really, because July was bullish in the lower time frames. But what we noticed on Tether Dominance was the 12-hour was actually reclaiming its EMA 34 for the first time since it actually got lost in July. So here you actually see your 38.2% is about to become lost since the reclaim in July. So there's a shift here on Bitcoin. You also are potentially losing your daily 9 and your 21 again. And let's keep the energy here. I mean, the daily 21 and the daily 9 have been easy spots of rejection. If we start deviating the 9 and the 21 after rejecting the 34, well, that's not going to be a good sign for us. Actually, that's a terrible sign. That means that bears are taking control here. And the only key factor will just be, did daily close under 62.2? Because if daily does close under 62.2, Bitcoin is now very well set up to make new lows, or at least go down to 60,000. You do see daily volatility is fully contracting, and this is just playing into that biweekly volatility setup I talked about, which most likely is already here on Bitcoin, and it is, meaning that now you're getting lower time frame volatility setups, i.e. the daily. This could just be a domino effect that bleeds into that biweekly. Now, same thing goes with Bitcoin. Every time macro trend is either up on Bitcoin or down, dictates wherever this biweekly volatility setup fires off. There's never been a time where macro trend's been down, but a biweekly volatility setup's fired off to the upside, and vice versa. There's never been a time where macro trend is macro trend is up, but then the volatility setup fires off to the downside. Look at this. You had many times in the last bull market where it almost seemed like it was going to fire off to the downside in a macro uptrend, but it every single time never did. And you even had that really typical, beautiful consolidation down that Alejandro likes here. Something he showed me that indicates bearish consolidation or bullish consolidation. Look at this. You're in a bull market, you get consolidation up. You're in a bear market, you get consolidation up. It's the proper way to say it. It's Monday. You're in a bull market, you get consolidation down. It's funny how that works. This is the psychology of the chart, right? People want to short down in a bull market. People want to buy up in a bear market. But notice here that every biweekly volatility setup started to fire off down up until October, November. Now, understand, in October, November, you just got the potential for a setup, but you did not fire off until macro trend was down here. December, January, you already were in a macro downtrend. You had already taken out your monthly 9, and your bi-weekly firstly was in a downtrend, and then look at your monthly lower high was taken out, causing the bi-weekly volatility setup to really start expanding. Go back there and really look. Here was the expansion. So literally once macro downtrend was taken, you had the expansion. So this is still why you need to be watching very carefully, because the macro trend is still down. And now that this is giving you a setup again, which is absolutely brutal for Bitcoin bulls, this just means we're now in that zone where I truly believe you're not going to be making these major mean reversions. And so far you haven't been. You are consolidating down. That is something to just be noting here. And that's a little shift of characteristics from October. But we also said once you lose this biweekly EMA 100, you really should not be, I don't think, bouncing too big. This will just eliminate any major bounce, 69,000. Now you're just in, really, I believe this is not accumulation. This is just distribution still. And we should be watching for the final leg down. And that is at 43,400. Now you will notice bi-weekly SMA 200 is still moving up. And so that still makes it a very good spot to be watching if you're an investor on Bitcoin. that still means that overall this can still move up with price. And really, the closer you get to biweekly SMA 200, the closer you are to a bottom. So yes, you're very close to a bottom on Bitcoin, now with Bitcoin at 62,400. And definitely a lot better than Cardano's buys at maybe that $106,000, $103,000 Bitcoin. But still, you could go down a little bit more from here, and understand it will be really confirmed once you lose 62,200. Now, if this biweekly volatility setup is going to fire off to the upside, your first easy point will just simply be, can Bitcoin get back above its biweekly EMI 100? Here you're back above your 9. This has been rejecting since the start of the bear market. You're back above your biweekly EMI 100. There will never be a big move to the upside as long as the biweekly EMI 100 is not reclaimed. So you'll need that reclaimed to make a move up. So it's touching tips now with 69K. It's beautiful. But then also you're potentially going to take out your last major lower high. This could be the sneaky shift of maybe an uptrend forming here, i.e. the first signs of a macro uptrend forming. Have you had any of those things yet? No, you haven't even been able to reach 69K, indicating weakness. And every biweekly wick high, really since May, has been lower than the last one. So, okay, here's your high at 67,259, you go down. Here's your high at 65,500, you go down. Here's your high at 64,600. This is typical still bearish consolidation, in my opinion. And really, it's a different environment because you've now closed consecutively, really multiple candles under your EMI 100. This is something we've not seen since the lows of 2022, where look, you had still consolidation down, but lower highs still were guiding you, and you still made lows on Bitcoin. Where you're bottom, here you're consolidating down, but you're still making lower highs, meaning you still very well could make the next low on Bitcoin. The low could easily be formed around the 40s. Now, biweekly silver cross did occur. I've talked about this a lot. You can go back to Friday's stream. Every single time, though, you get a biweekly silver cross to the downside, other than 2018, does indicate new lows on Bitcoin at minimum a 20% move down. But then once you get that biweekly silver cross on Bitcoin, it does mean whatever major leg down you get is going to be the next major low. So if you get that over 20% move down after the biweekly silver cross, the low is most likely being put in. And then an easy gauge is this has a 100% hit rate. Every single time the biweekly silver crosses to the upside, the bottom is already in and Bitcoin goes on a Glock 3000 bull market move. So that's a good way to kind of tie up the biweekly. We don't need to throw a dart into a dark room and pray to the moons that we actually can buy the bottom. Bitcoin will indicate the bottom is in, and so far a fresh bi-weekly volatility setup does not indicate a bottom is in for me, unless we're in like a 2018 market, which granted there are things saying we are, and there's other things saying we're not. The big thing for me is just all about weekly SMA 200. 2018, you held weekly SMA 200 quite beautifully. Where was it? Here. You held it versus you're actually losing it. But the temporality of things are definitely still on par, I believe. I'm sure Alejandro will talk more about that. But still, we want to be watching very carefully your weekly SMA 200 because you did lose it, and that was a shift. Now you are back above it, though. Now it doesn't mean that you won't get back above it and hold it, but again, that just plays into what I mentioned on the bi-weekly, closing in 6 days. You'll need to see this weekly actually close above essentially 63K now. You need to hold the bi-weekly SMA 200. You got one candle, you close the second, you're on the third. That's our 2 to 3 rule on reclaims. You're very close to calling this a reclaim. But again, this would be a perfect environment to trap bulls, lower high here, and then massively bearish engulf. And really not the last weekly, but I guess just this week. This weekly candle you could bearish engulf. But that would mean, you would need to come down insanely down to 57,700. Erasing that entire move in July. Now you're pressing the bottom 61.8, or no, just the 61.8. My apologies. That's implicative because that means that you are going to make a new low, and the low will be at 54,500 to 78.6%. And that was the last place you went to after rejecting the 61.8%. You can see rejected it, immediately went down to 78.6%, which was at least a local bottom spot and a lower low gauge. But that still means Bitcoin's moving down 54K, or basically about 12%. Now, we did talk about the 5-day. The 5-day EMA9 was getting retested along with the median. It was a picture perfect short setup for me. Of course, yesterday had to be kind of like a little liquidity rub. I'll talk about that on the daily. But what do we have here? Well, you still had the relationship, which was 5-day EMA9 did reject. Now, this is an easy short setup. Any single time you get back above a 5-day EMA9 and hold it is a long. And anytime you lose a 5-day EMA9 is a short. Now, you can go into your own chart. You can throw a 5-day EMA9 on. Just go to your 5-day, throw an EMA9 on, and look for your own self here. But quick glance, you can just see it works. Lose it, short it, make money. Lose it, short it, make money. Reclaim it, long it, make money. So are you going to long it, reclaim it, make money, or a lose it, short it, make money environment? Well, we're in a lose it, short it environment. And look at, you're now back under these lows here. This just looks like an SR and bearish consolidation on a lower high. What does the HBDR say about the 5-day? Oh, median rejection, saying you're going back to the lows here, statistically speaking. Disastrous. So we've talked about the weekly, bi-weekly, 5-day, 2-day, daily. Let's look at that monthly now. Because the monthly has just still retested the 61.8%. And it's funny because I don't need to say any of these ideas. All I need to do is focus on my HBDR ranges on the monthly. And I say, well, this entire bear market, you've been rejecting the 61.8%, and that's been leading you down to the 78.6%. Okay, that's interesting. Here's another one. 61.8% on the monthly, even caught the major mean reversion bounce, leading to the lows around the 78.6%. Okay, now we've rallied up to the 61.8%. View this line, follow it. Okay, rejected. So that is true. And then the rejection of the 61.8%, this entire bear market on the monthly has swiftly, look at this, swiftly taking you down to the 78.6%. That is at 50,600. So that's the best way to kind of summarize this Bitcoin range that we're currently in. 65K, 62.2, 49K. And still right now we are in the easier spot to short. And 49,000 is still brewing, and that is just per HBDR. Get back above the 61.8%, you're in a shift, more likely to move up to the 50%. That's around 80K. And then at that point, you're just probably going to test your monthly 9. That doesn't change. But again, there's just still really nothing quite yet to be excited about on Bitcoin. Nothing. And it's funny because we're just still caught between this range that we've identified before. It was 62.2, 65, 69. But now instead of trading it to the upside, you're just trading down. This is what bearish consolidation looks like, while also in a major range. 65K was major support before a major move up to the daily SMA 200. Since the deviation in June, you've been steadily under 65K. So now you're just testing 62.2 again on the daily. all that means is that you're going to make new lows once you lose 62.2. It's kind of like your extremity here. And then you have your lower time frame, like your inverse head and shoulder ideas, but this is more close to a range breakdown at this current point. And the fact that you can't even get back above 65K is not a good sign. That's what dictates 69. And so you're not even at all getting the opportunity to go to 69. You're just rejecting 65. So in theory, this is a well-respected range. Still, it's still a very well-respected range. And we might get a range breakdown today off the back of a daily volatility setup and also a 12-hour sell trigger. So we want to be watching that very carefully. We can now view our lower time frames. Let's see if we have any kind of silver crosses down. And let's actually get all the juicy lines back. Just have a moving average until it meets your bias, boys. That's the secret. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see here. Yeah, so you have your 12-hour sell trigger already confirmed. Now you're getting that move down. Only thing now stopping bears from full flex is a 62.2 loss. So this is the spot you got to hold if you're bullish. It's got to just result into this. No cap, as the kids say. You got to get back above your 12-hour 9, move up, but it's going to start with 62.2 holding. We'll delete that. Yeah, 4-hour top candle expansion. You haven't lost your 4-hour EMA 100 quite yet. So if you're someone here with FOMO, most likely a better spot to short is your 4-hour EMA 100. Lower, and is the 4-hour not in a downtrend? It is, and you're in a lower low. So you could easily form a lower high into tonight, maybe then get the dump, or even into the evening. Into the close, really, actually. Should get 2 more. So the 4 hours setting up for a bearish setup, unless in the next hour, 21 minutes. So by the time we're done with Bitcoin, if Bitcoin's 4-hour EMA 100 not reclaimed, it is going to be more likely this is starting the breakdown. And then we can actually short that. That's a very easy short setup, the 4-hour EMA 100. It's a very easy long setup. It's a very easy short setup. These 4-hour EMA 100 short setups are very powerful. Go to your own chart, throw on the EMA 100, 4-hour, and just look at the major rejections down off of it. These were giving life-changing money setups. You got a little bit of chop in this region here. You got a lower time frame trap for bears. But here you're back at this really at the crime scene, which is big moves occur down once 4-hour EMA 100 loss. And it often goes with the 12-hour sell trigger, daily EMA 9 loss, etc. So I want to be watching that carefully. And you have a pretty meaty 4-hour volatility setup actually firing off. Let's count this out. 6. So 6. Yeah. It's like my eyes were counting, but my brain already counted. That was funny. Monday. Okay. Like, what was the last 6 one we had? Well, I guess this was bigger. I guess that's going to be a little difficult to look for 6. So we'll look at this last one. This is pretty big. Yeah, that was 3. And it's on a 4-hour, so let's just, calm down a bit. But still, it is like these 4-hour volatility setups can just spark the move, at least on the daily. This last one was the one where Bitcoin went up to the daily SMA 200. So the 4-hour volatility setup played out, but then this is where that 12-hour and daily took hold. Why that's relevant? You have the 4-hour taking action now. Could mean the 12-hour and daily will take hold here soon. That's the one you want to start shorting. That's the juicy one. So that's Bitcoin. 62.2 is your spot. All eyes on 4-hour EMA 100. By the time we're done with Bitcoin's analysis, you will get some kind of follow through on this. 62.2 4-hour EMA 100 is the spot. If you're on ETA, there's a Bitcoin short posted. But honestly, understand that this is a scale in at this point. I'm betting on a local top. My stop loss for this short's at 65.1. I'm not expecting 65K to get taken at this point. These are pre-test dumps if we do end up squeezing back up to 65. But at this point, with everything I just showed, I'm feeling pretty confident to actually scale shorts at this region and then really put in a lot of size once you get this. We can target 60,000. That way we're not, maybe going into an inverse head and shoulders bottom pattern and then, getting smoked. And then if we lose 60,000, psychological number, okay, cool. This is cooked and we're going to break down to 49s. Understand that 62.2 does confirm the 49K setup on Bitcoin, but I just can't ignore the elephant in the room, and that is the daily is giving pattern bros a setup. That could literally lead into a trap. And just wait. If you are trading this and you start seeing your favorite CT influencer talk about an inverse daily head and shoulders pattern on low volatility, that's probably an indication that's not going to play out. But for now, no one's talking about this. That would invalidate it. No one's talking about this. This is still a valid setup. I see. It's very obvious that this is playing out. And well, if this does play out, well, GG, you go up to 69. And if it doesn't, this is the start of a new low. So that's how I'm interpreting things. Still means you can go down a little bit more. And if your favorite influencer starts talking about this, well, it's not going to play out. And that's how you'll actually probably get a bounce to a lower high and then it'll reject. So that's Bitcoin. Daily volatility is finally contracted. So a move is coming here soon. Tether dominance looks absolutely beautiful. And don't forget, Tether dominance just retested its monthly median. The last time it tested its monthly median was October and January. So it's going to be quite important to really not see the monthly median on Tether dominance give us a new all-time high here, because I am still on the camp. Tether dominance will give us a new all-time high. And then once we get a new all-time high, we are now in, low territory on Bitcoin. That's like when we want to start buying. We're so close to an all-time high. We're so close. But we're not there yet. And this could easily give us that all-time high. And on the yearly, there's your higher high break. Once you get this higher high break, because I guarantee people are running with this idea, price divergence, yearly downtrend on Tether dominance. That's just majorly aggressive, though, and risky. I could see it. I'm one to make risky bets with very tight risk to rewards, but expansion off yearly 9, higher low, this is literally giving higher high breaks, and now you're just like a ball sack hair away from a higher high break. It just seems like the harder trade to be shorting that right now. You should just be looking for this to be more of a when, not a if. And then once this does make the higher high, Bitcoin's bottom is probably in, and we go in for the macro higher low. And that could take 1, 2, 3 years, i.e. another bull market. So I literally see it like we're going to fill this out. We're going to make a new high. 2027 is going to start. You're going to close this candle with a girthy red dildo. That's going to be the trap. You're then going to start a 2-3 year pullback, which is going to start the consolidation and then also the next bull market on Bitcoin. And then moving forward, the next market cycles are going to be just based on higher lows off the yearly 9 on Tether dominance. It worked literally in October. That's what happened. January, October, or October, January, October, and then January you made your low, and then boom, you're in a bear market. So now it just could be higher highs lead to higher lows lead to higher highs, almost like an uptrend. So that'll make I believe, cycles moving forward a lot easier to gauge. So watch 62.2. You're already getting a lower time frame bounce. Most likely is just an hourly EMA 9 retest. Let's just see before someone gets excited here. So yes, just an hourly EMA 9 retest, probably even a 5 is what's holding us down. So it's weak. So bulls are defending it in quotation marks, but really they're just holding it for their demise once the 4-hour closes. Again, watch that once we're done with Bitcoin here on stream. So let's go to the DIA Bitcoin dominance. Let's whip it out and check it out. No Diddy. Let's go to the weekly here. Let's see. We did get the weekly EMI 100 reclaim. That's a very good sign. But remember, the weekly 5 should not be holding us down. Like, that's like something we were talking about last week. Like, this is good that the weekly 100 reclaimed. That's a big, that like you're adverting a major move down. But it's also a little trappy and predatory when you're under your weekly 5 still. And every lower high since the loss of the weekly 5 since May has been off of your weekly 5. And you didn't even take out your previous weekly wick high here. Here, high at 59.13. Here's your high at what, 58.26. So this is still in lower high posturing, meaning you are literally more likely to come all the way back down to 58% at this point. Now, I will talk about this is a throwback. So that tells you that into this week, you really should see bulls make a move. And if they don't, they've lost the script. This is a trap. And then that means into next week, you're going to start really dumping. That could mean then into the end of July. We want at the beginning of July, but into the end of July, you're going to start dumping. And then I believe that would mess up the temporality of things on 2018, because I believe 2018 you got a pump in the end of July, I believe. And I'm guessing I could actually just look myself. Let me just see. I'll be a professional. Go to your July 2018. Let's see where we're at. Go to the middle of the month. Let's just see some things. Here we are. So then, yeah, so July, okay, so we are July 13th now. So we're not brewing this candle. That means you, by this weekly, you need to see a green dildo or things will have shifted a bit. But even 2018 didn't lead to new lows, which is good. So yeah, July ended up closing red. No, it ended up closing the last week of July red. But into this week, it did pump. So we will need to see a pump this week if that's going to play out. And again, my point was on Bitcoin dominance. You do need to start seeing the expansion of the weekly 100. That truly is going to hold the throwback and you're truly going to expand off there. Oh, it needs to hold. You just retested it. And if that doesn't, that's implications that this is going to break down. Bitcoin dominance has been moving up with Bitcoin. Bitcoin dominance has been moving down with Bitcoin. So this is a really big spot this week. Now, the daily here is breaking down. Unsure what I have here. Let's see. Okay, interesting. And so, yeah, once you lose daily EMA 9, this is going to just tell you that you are more likely to break down. Just a little more tricky with the weekly closing in 6 days. But still, a setup is a setup. Lose weekly 9, you will be in a weekly daily sell trigger, and that'll be your implication that the weekly is going to not hold the weekly 100. So you've just hit your hourly EMA 9, by the way, on Bitcoin. Nothing insane. So that's all I have on the weekly. Let's wait and watch and see. Rejecting the weekly 5, still being in a downtrend, ultimately means that this is still more likely to be a bear break. You had a major range. You're now breaking down. You've retested that. You're in lower high. Weekly is getting back above the moving average. It's really hard to be a bull here. And if you are a bull, get back above 59.69%. That's where the whole thing shifts. That's where things start really becoming good. And you did get the bottom off the 100. This was a good hammerhead. We're all good and singing and looking to the up. But until then, this is still in a downtrend. This is very predatory, and it just plays into the idea that Bitcoin is pretty trappy today, this last week or two. But still, the little details in the chart haven't changed. 62.2 to 65 is a range. That range is still valid, and with 62.2 being pressed today, that means we are still more likely to get a range breakdown. Now, very fast, let's go to Dixie. I've been doing this, right? And so we've been looking weekly, still holding your 100. It's still in a uptrend, and you even are holding your weekly 5. Only now recipe for Dixie is to move up and actually test your weekly SMA 200. This is the definition of bullish consolidation, higher low, and uptrend formation. Next target's 102.74. Now, we did say last stream, every really major move down on Dixie, so like this last higher low, was when stocks started to move up. And then when we had these higher high breaks is when stocks started to move down. It's interesting how that works. But it's almost just like the dollar is the inverse to risks. And so when the dollar looks like it wants to bust up to new highs that we have not tested since 2025, or even a level like weekly SMA 200, that means that really if the lows on stocks, on strategy, on coin, on Bitcoin came from Dixie putting in this high here at 102.80, what does that mean when we're literally in a weekly buy trigger basing off the 5 and brewing a move to 102.70? Well, it means that we probably have a little more lower to go. Once you hit this weekly SMA 200, though, that's when my idea kind of stops. I need to see a reclaim here because no big move has ever occurred under a weekly SMA 200. So unless it's to the downside, no big move up. Now you are in a weekly silver cross. This is just confirmed, and you're not even testing that quite yet, and you haven't even gotten the bullish retest of your weekly 100. So that just tells you even if Bitcoin moves up to 69K, Dixie goes down to 100, there's still many, many, many things saying that this is going to result into a bullish breakout. Many things. We'll add one more many on that. Now, monthly isn't a buy trigger really for the first time in a long time. You're in a monthly buy trigger since November 2024. Just showing the dynamic of the monthly buy trigger. You did get chop around that time, though. You really, though, lost it back in March 2025. And since then, really, the dollar has been in a downtrend. And this is where the Europeans are actually thinking that the dollar is going to do worse than the euro. That just doesn't make any sense. And people who sold dollars for pesos and dollars for euros, well, that's just not too wise, because this actually looks like you did form a major bottom at a pretty expected spot, I will say, at the monthly 100. This is a spot we've been talking about since like 2025. Let's see here, since at least May 2025. We've been talking about this monthly 100 in confluence with your quarterly SMA 200 right here. And notice how that was the bottom. So pretty epic stuff. For over a year now, we've been talking about this, and it is the bottom. Now, the quarterly is back above the 9. Well, literally, what's stopping Dixie from breaking out from here? Well, trend. And so trend is still down on the quarterly here with even that lower low. Now, this actually makes it terrible for bulls, though, or terrible for bears. Why? Because if we end up going in for a uptrend or even a trend shift, what's the first objective we need to get to? Well, we need to get to at least at 110. And that means Dixie at 101, getting a macro uptrend on the quarterly would mean that you're going to get a free move up to 110. That's insanely big for Dixie. Just being frank, like that's insanely big. It's 9%. But if we do actually sustain a macro uptrend, and it's almost like this, it's almost like when we were here at 80 on Dixie, and I would say the same thing. And the only way to get this back into an uptrend is taking out this high at 97. And Dixie did end up doing that. And then it put in a higher low, and then it made a higher high break. Again, the only way to shift this into an uptrend, I would say, would be to really start taking out this high at 94. I mean, Dixie went from 80 to 94 down, so 84 all the way up to 94. Let's just measure that. Look at that. That's a 12. That's even bigger than the one we want now. 12%. Let's measure this one. 21%. Here, I would say from this point, we need to take out these highs. That was 23%. This is up. This started shifting down. Here was your lower low break, so higher low still likely. But if we do end up start shifting this up at current market price, you still get about 9%. So nothing is what I just showed. Dixie can easily do that, and it's still looking extremely bullish. Now, another thing I want to look at real fast is total. Want to see where we're at. Total is giving a daily volatility setup expected with Bitcoin's daily volatility setup. But look at this. You are about to be in a sell trigger. And I can actually see here, you are kind of like in a channel. Not the cleanest, but you are in a channel. Good Lord, come on. And this is breaking by the 15th. I can probably draw the bottom a little better. Remember, it's all Jesus toast patterns, boys. But this makes sense, right? With volatility contracting, you often get daily in a range. This tells me at least we have a measured move expected by the 15th, and it could actually be breaking today. You take out today's low and get a closure under today's low. Well, firstly, that's to the book. Just follow through down and a breakdown, but you will be in a breakdown here. You have taken out this last higher low potential. You're in lower highs. Every daily has been putting in a lower high up until last night. I will talk about that. And now you're good to break down. Something to note about last night's price action was, predatory. This is like typical. Bitcoin's in a sell trigger. You're back within the range. You're putting in lower highs. And then yesterday, it takes one candle to take out all the stop losses here. And then Bitcoin gets follow through down. Just plays into the idea that if you're trading Bitcoin with me, she's a very predatory, like little bitch. Honestly, she's a whore. Look at this 4 hour. It took out all the stop losses from here. So from this point, if you had your stop, it took you out. I was in Costco when this happened. I'm literally like laughing at my phone, like, oh yeah. And then she's probably about to put in a 2% dump at this point. And she did. Because this was just like it took all the traders out. And you could extend this stop loss. Like, look at the stop loss. It just took out all the traders on this 1 4 hour candle. And then it dumped. So just a little predatory, but it's okay. And this is what started to fire off volatility. So let's go real fast again to total. So we understand now that's giving a sell trigger. Let's go to the weekly. Let's see. Yeah, so weekly is under the SMA 200. That's just terrible. Wow. Here are those times you've been under weekly SMA 200. What about the median? Let's see. So at least HBDR is saying more likely to go to 61.8 at 2.9. And then lose that, you make new lows at 1.89. I saw a measured move down to 1.48. That's kind of my bottoming zone. Okay, cool. And then lastly, I just want to quickly look at what Solana did, because Solana, remember, on Friday was really at least indicating to me that the market was weak. Look what Solana did versus Bitcoin, like from Wednesday. It's just been weak. Even when we had that move up Thursday, Friday, Solana still was weak, and now it's breaking down. You're losing $76. And that was the last spot before we made a new low on Sol. I could even extend this out a bit. Look at, I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to connect the dots, extend this out. And you are in a breakdown now. So even Sol's looking pretty weak. And it was off the back of, your daily 100 getting lost, which every time you've deviated your daily 100 on Solana has led to new lows on Bitcoin, even too, and Sol. But then your weekly 9 has been lost officially. So you're back within this environment early, mid-May. And you're even getting a weekly volatility setup here. Pretty insane. And I believe this is the biggest weekly volatility setup you've ever had. This is telling you that a major move across the board is incoming for crypto. And that's why we just want to be paying attention. 62.2 is your big spot moving forward today. Watch that very carefully. It's the battle between bulls and bears. Does this turn into a weekly throwback at the SMA 200 before we break out to 69,000? Or does this turn into a 62.2 deviation breakdown towards 49,000 starting at the end of July? Well, tune in and stay here because we will know soon. Volatility is now contracted on the daily 12-hour and expanding on the 4-hour, which tells me anything can happen within the next 2 weeks. We want to be watching very carefully your 4-hour EMA 100. This will give us short once you lose EMA 100. And also 62.2 confirms it. Like I mentioned, by the end of this, at least Bitcoin portion of stream, we will get some kind of follow through or confirmation on this 4-hour EMA 100. And look at 62.2 defended and getting a bounce so far. And if you do start taking it out, I guess, yeah, high, that's going to be your indication that you are breaking out. This was another retest and a bullish throwback, as I showed here, of the reclaim. You've thrown it back, and this would be your third weekly candle closure, potentially above your weekly SMA 200. If you get that in expansion, 269K in a reclaim, like from here, if you reclaim 69K, that's going to be a really good sign that we have formed a bottom. It's very hard to call that now when you're just still in a lower high formation. And that means you're in a downtrend. So that's all I have on the crypto market. Still looking interesting. And well, we have a bear moon, I believe, incoming soon.
Alrighty, let's get started. So, all right, let me get my other AirPod. And let's go into it. All right, so I'm gonna start off with something a little different today. I just got this new little fancy indicator, the ribbons indicator. It kind of works like the HPDR, slightly a little different, but I'll show you how the similarities were. So here we have the ribbons, which throw on the HPDR. It kind of likes to line up where the mid band is kind of like the median on the HPDR, and then it shoots you into the blue box, and then the bottom end of the blue box is like the median, and the top end of the blue box is like the 38.2%. There we go. And this is pretty cool. So if you were to note the reaction whenever relationship, whenever price gets over the middle band, it takes you into that the bottom of the blue box, and the bottom of the blue box is basically like the median, and then if you were to reclaim that area, it takes you into the top. And right now the mid band is sitting somewhere basically exactly at $62,200, and since we have reclaimed that area, we have been coming back and holding that area, and has been bouncing from there on every test. And as long as we are holding over $62,200 on a daily closing basis, this would have you retesting somewhere around 64,000 at least one more time. And if you can get any type of daily closures over $64,000, then this is what sends you up to somewhere around $67-ish thousand region, which is the top 38 of the blue box. Also lines up with the top 38.2%. And the last time that we have tested this region all the way over here was back in this zone here, whenever we got that closure over the midband, and this took us upwards with a little rejection here at this one here. And we are currently doing that as of now. We are, after we got to move over the midband, we're getting a slight rejection to this bottom 38.2%, or the median lining up with this bottom of the blue box, and we're just kind of consolidating it between this point and this point. So as long as we are in between these zones, nothing really has changed. To see the breakout or the breakdown, you want to see the loss of $62,200 or reclaim of around $64,000 on a closing basis. If you look at momentum, we are currently flipped down with volatility now going into expansion from basically 0%, and the daily jewel is currently losing the sell signal, flipping into a neutral signal. Alrighty, and see what else there is. There's some hidden bearish divergence also between these 2 points. Okay, and let's make this video come back in for a second. Okay, and we're back up with 38.2% also. Let's go to the 12-hour. Come on, sometime today. I guess this one even takes more time to calculate than the HPDR. Come on, please. Per Miguelito. And the 12-hour has now lost that the middle band, and now it moved down to the bottom of the top of the blue box. This is also lining up with the 38.2% kind of. And you have momentum currently flipped to the downside. You have momentum taking out all of these previous lows, while price is still making a higher low on a closing basis. That's giving us possibility of hidden bullish divergence here, but has not confirmed yet. And to confirm, we are going to need to get a close back over this this band here, which is also lining up with this wick high at around $64,390. If you can't get that close, that brings you up to somewhere around $66,500 on confirmation. Ready? Disappear for a second. Let's come back. And it goes along with the loss of the 38.2%, which then brings you down to the 78.6, which is currently sitting around $60,000. And does that line up with? It lines up with the bottom of the blue box. The 8-hour is also putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence with momentum flip down, with volatility going into expansion from 0%. Let's wait for this oscillator to come back on. It loves to take its sweet time. Make sure adaptive learning. Turn that on. Come on. There we go. And the 8-hour is basically on the edge of the breakdown right now, right at the bottom of the blue box, which is currently sitting at $62,865. If you were to lose this area, this brings you down to that $60,000 on a little bounce at 61.1. And that 60,000, 59,600 lines up at this bottom zone. And this is where we had our last major bottom at $58,000, right at this bottom band. Four-hour also flipped down. 4-hour is no divergence yet because you are making a higher low on momentum with a lower low on price. Higher low momentum with a higher low on price. So there's no divergence present here. Wait for this to come up. And you're also getting a sell signal on the jewel with the pink crossing below the yellow, and this is happening in the bullish control zone. Come on. There we go. And 4-hour also in that breakdown. Just want to lose this 200 SMA on a closing basis, and then that gives you a move down to that 61 zone for that bounce. Two-hour now starting to flip up. There is no divergence present because you are making lower lows on momentum, lower lows on price. Where'd he go? There we go. Why does this thing take so long to show up? Very annoying. And it also makes sense to get this little bounce from here because you are getting that move from the bottom band that could take you up to somewhere around $63,000, somewhere between 63 and 63.2. Do think that any move into this region is going to be a short opportunity, and then you could just put this wick high as your stop at 64,390, and then you're aiming for $60,000 from there, and that would give you a risk of 1.8% against you versus $60,000 is like almost 5% in your favor. So pretty good. All right, and the 2-day is currently still flipped up. 2 days putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence with volatility still or almost at extreme lows. And the 2-day is very close, basically touching tips to giving you a bullish cross here with the pink about to cross above the yellow. And this would give us a target of the middle band right here, which lines up at the bottom 38.2%, as long as you are closing over $61,281. And this level currently sits at around $66,000. And you do have a support sitting here at this yellow line, which is currently sitting at $60,000. And this would also complete your your inverse herp and derp right here. And then that would send you up to $66,000. 5 days also still flipped up, exiting the bearish control zone. The volatility is at 0%, and the jewel is now losing the sell signal, flipping into a neutral signal, although you're very close to getting a bearish cross here with the pink about to drop below the yellow. Whenever these do cross, you likely do get a nice little dump ski associated with it. And currently, you are rejecting this 9. It's not going to have a local top unless you close below 61,281, same number as before. And then that if you do get that closure, that brings you down to $56,000. Assuming you don't get that closure, then you would have it below this area. Then you would get a move into back into that 65,000 region. See also how does this line up with HPDR? See if there's any difference. Basically, it lines the bottom of the blue box lines up with the median to a T, basically, and the top of the blue box lines up with the 38.2% at around $72,000, $73,000. And this thing also has adaptive learning, so I just turned it on. But as of now, whenever it's not able to give you more accurate targets, but it has AI where it learns. I don't know how it learns, but it learns, and then it tells you it updates these short-term targets, like where it says short-term target as learning 20 after a lot of use, and then these will update, and then it'll give you like targets of certain prices in different areas. But this does have to learn. And weekly also flipped up. Volatility is at extreme lows. Weekly, basically the same exact look as the 5-day, except the weekly has now given you the pink below the yellow cross, but this has not closed just yet. And the weekly would still have a target of this bottom blue box and this 9 EMA right here, which is around $65,000. And the top level also lines up with the 38.2%, which is currently sitting at $73,000. Oh, this is not the weekly, this is 6-day. But same point. And weekly is currently also flipped up, just about to test the edge of the bearish control zone. Weekly is putting in possibility of bullish divergence, and weekly bullish divergence will confirm with any close over, what is this, 63,957. So it would be this candle's high at 64,681. Any closure over 64,681 would confirm your bullish divergence on the weekly, and that sends you up to somewhere around $70,000 to $73,000. And this is just a possibility until you get that closure. And you have gotten 2 weekly closures over your 200 SMA now. And if you were to go back previously, when we were below the 200 SMA in this region here, when we got closures above, this led us into busting action. Here we were below it, we got closure above, led us to some busting action, came back, and then busting action. From here, we got to move into the 5 and the 9, and this top band right here, and that currently would bring us into right around $65,000, $66,000 for the 9. Find another example. Weekly below the 200 SMA. Seems to be very rare when you get those moves below the 200 SMA. Here we were below it, reclaim, closures above, and busting action. This can take a minute. Come on. Fuck. There we go. And now we got those 2 closures above the 200 SMA. I'm not looking for busting action to new all-time highs, just a move into this blue box, which the bottom of the box right now sits at around $65,500, and the top of the box sits at $73,000. We currently now starting or still flip to the downside, still above the bearish control zone and still putting in possibility of bullish divergence here on the 2-week. This is going to require a close over $65,565, which will also close you over this 5 EMA. They're kind of lining up, and that takes you into the bottom of the box, which right now is sitting at around $69,200, somewhere close to $70,000 right in that zone. And this would also be a retest of your weekly 100, retest of your weekly 9, and weekly 5 off of this little cross of the downside. And we got a fresh sell signal on the 2-week, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. Let's go back to the daily for a second. Make this disappear. Make this appear. And if we look at our moon phases, we're getting another bull moon that is working out quite nicely. But what happens after a bull moon? We get a bear moon coming after that. And our next bear moon, I believe, is on the 16th, which is in exactly 3 days. And if we see what percentage of a move we got off the last bear moon, we'll take it from the wick high to the wick low. That brought us down around 13.69%. Let's look at this bear moon. Let's take it from the moon when the moon appeared, from the high to the low, around 8.5%. Let's take another bear moon. From the high to the low of around 6%. This one, take it from the high, around 9%. About 10%. Let's take one more. Where did it appear? Here. And this was around, let's take it to where the moon, the full moon was. This one's 20% bigger. And last one, 13%. Okie dokie. And we have about 3 days left to go. So let's be super generous, super generous, and say it happens from 65.5. This is being extremely generous. We're going to take it from here as well, from where we are as of the current moment. 6% down brings us to about $61,000. 9 to 10% down brings us to roughly $59,000. And just for funsies, we're going to take the 20% number. Let me just do about $52,000. And now let's take it from where we are now. 6% down brings us to right around $59,000. And for funsies, 20% brings us to $50,000. Right around that $49,000 number that we've been eyeing for quite some time. And let's see how much we've gone up so far on this bull moon. Moon fired off here. We'll take it from the low and we'll go to the high, just about 10%. Let's see this bull moon, which was successful. Let's see how much this one did. About 8.5%. Let's be super generous and take it from this one. Right around 10%, basically the same exact number as now. Take this one from the low. Where did the moon appear? Here. And we'll take it to the bear moon. This one's 19%. 13.5%. And last one. About 6.7% and about 10%. So right now we have done about 10%. So we have done that 10% move. If we were to take it just a little bit more and take it to slightly higher to 15 to 16%, brings us to roughly that $66,500 to $67,000 region. Let's make these moons disappear. Make this come back. Here we go. Monthly. Monthly is currently still flipped up, about to test the edge of the bearish control zone. This is kind of very similar to what happened in 2018, where you broke into the bearish control zone. You got a nice rally over the summer. This goes along with momentum retesting the edge of the bearish control zone. And then towards the end of the year, you get a lower low, which comes along with the rejection of the bearish control zone. If you were to come back to 2018, literally exactly right over here. Into the summer, you get this move up. July, August, move up to test the edge of the bearish control zone. And then in October, you get momentum flipping back down, and then in November you make a lower low. Basically the same thing that we're looking for as at this moment. And this goes along with price being at within the blue box, and currently this holding this bottom of the blue box, which is around $54,000, gives you a target to the monthly 9 and the top of the blue box, which is currently sitting in that low $70,000 region. See any similarities. Alrighty. And quarterly would have a bottom target of this bottom box after losing the mid band, and this would give you any move into this cluster of EMAs here, specifically this 21 and the 9 and the 5, right around that low $70,000 region, is going to be a prime opportunity for a short, and that's going to be targeting this bottom of the top of the blue box, which is currently sitting at $50,000. Let's go into Tether. Come on. There we go. Tether is now flipped up. Tether is putting in hidden bullish divergence. This low is 8.299% and 8.4. So yeah, there is hidden bullish divergence here on Tether, and this will confirm with any close over 8.531%, and then that gives you a move into retesting this mid band, which is currently around 8.991%. As long as you are closing dailies below the mid band, though, this is still leaning bearish to this bottom of this box here. We're lining around with this white line and the green line. I think this is the 100 EMA. It's right around 8.1%. And then you would target the blue box, which is around 7.7. This number has been coming up a lot. This is only relevant with a loss of 8.1. 12-hour also flipped up. You're taking out this high. Let me zoom in here. You are. So there's possibility of hidden bearish divergence, but although it's not likely to confirm as of now, you would have a move right now into these mid-band below the bottom of the blue box, which right now is at 8.7%. And as long as you are closing below 8.7%, this is still going to be more likely to come down here and test this 8.4 and then likely 8.1s. And it's also kind of turning into a shooting star dildo here on rejecting the silver cross. 8-hour has gotten the move into that bottom of the blue box, and as of now, this is projecting it and kind of turning into a shooting star dildo, also rejecting the 55. Momentum is currently still flipped up. Any divergence? I believe there's some hidden bearish divergence between these 2 points, so it's a little difficult to confirm it as of now. 4-hour getting a rejection from the 200 SMA, also got to move into that extreme end of the bands. And from here, if you do close below the 100, which that'll also be an SFP of this previous high, you're going to come down to somewhere around 8.5 to 8.4% after that. And you do currently have your blue box sitting at 8.1s, and that is lining up with a lot of different setups at 8.1. Two-day is currently flipped down, about to putting in some possibility for hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 8.757%, and you are close to getting a close over this box here, which is at 8.583%, and then that gives you a move into somewhere around like 8.9s. Five-day currently flipped down, putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence. Volatility is still contracting, and 5 days giving you a fresh sell signal on the jewel. You came very close to getting a pink over yellow cross. So now if this do diverge, this is going to give you an opposite move to the downside. This will be actionable to the downside once you get this next close, and if it's below the 5-day EM5, which is at 8.782%. If you do get that closure, then you're likely going to be hitting somewhere around 8.4% next, with the bottom of the blue box sitting at 7.8%. Last time that you had a sell signal on the jewel in this region here was right around this zone here, which was a rejection from the same region of this band here, and this gave us a move down towards this yellow, which right now this is sitting in our blue box at right around 8.1%. Weekly also currently flipped down. Weekly has bearish divergence. It will confirm with, let's see, 8.410. Almost confirmed it here, but now it requires a close below 8.346 to confirm. If you do confirm this bearish divergence, gives you a move down to 8.1s for slight bounce, and then likely in the 7.7s. Although this is still just going to be bullish for long time frame continuation. This would be Bitcoin to like maybe 70,000, 60, 68, 69,000. And then from there, you're likely going to bust up on Tether and Bitcoin break down. This would be how much of a move down on Tether, like 10% down. So 10% up on Bitcoin would be roughly $69,000, $70,000. And weekly Jewel is now losing the buy signal, flipping into a neutral, and Jewel is also putting in bearish divergence. 2-week currently flipped up. 2-week is putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, and this will confirm with any close over at 9.352%, which is basically your current all-time highs. And as of now, as long as you are closing below this green band, you are likely to come down to somewhere around this blue box, which is right now at that 7.5-ish% zone. Last time you close over this green band, that's when you get your busting action to new all-time highs. And whenever you do reject this green band, you get a nice little pullback. So your previous all-time highs was also a rejection of this band here. And you get a fresh bicycle on the Jewel, although this has not been confirmed just yet. It's going to require, how many days left we have on this? I cannot see. Oh, 6 days. And monthly is getting a bounce from that top of the blue box. This is going to be support right now. This is sitting at currently 8.4%. And losing this blue top of the blue box is what brings you into the middle of the box, lining up with your 9 right around that 7.7% number. And that would still just be a higher low for more continuation to the upside. And right now, the 12%, the top of the band lines up with your quarterly median, right? 12%. And quarterly also is broken into that box with momentum flipped up, and you would have a target from here to the top of the box, which right now is sitting at around 9.7%. Basically, slightly new all-time highs. Cool. And if you were to keep this trend true, where it likes to go to the top of this band, where it likes to find its highs, this right now is sitting at 15%. This will update, but right now it's sitting at 15%. As a significantly new all-time high. That's like doubling Tether right now. Alrighty. Now let's go into the RSI. Tether's about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 8.531%. And this gives you a move into about 9%, which is the neutral zone. And then you'll be putting in hidden bearish divergence. Possibility, not confirmed. And daily is also back to extreme lows on volatility. Last time you had hidden bullish divergence with volatility this low, you had some busting action. 12-hour putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence. This will need to close below 8.407% to confirm. 8-hour has bullish divergence. Let me zoom in. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 8.435%. And I believe you hit the easy target. Basically just hit it, which is a simple moving average at about 8.6%. And the bullish control zone is at 8.85%, lining up at 9%. 4-hour also has bullish divergence. This is going to target the critical zone, currently sitting at 8.96%, just below 9%. And you got volatility from expanding from many periods of 0%. 2-hour also has bullish divergence, targets 8.7. 2 days putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, going to require a close over 8.757% to confirm. 3 days also putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, going to require a close over 8.757 to confirm. And currently you do have bearish divergence, and your next target is going to be the neutral zone, which is currently sitting at 8.25. And the bullish control zone is at 9.12. 5 days still got bearish divergence. Let me zoom in here. This is going to give you a target of the bullish control zone, which currently sits at 8.13%, lining up with 8.1s. 6 days also got bearish divergence. Going to give you a target of the bullish control zone, lining up with 8.4. in there. No. Still got some macro bearish divergence between these 2 points, although it's very difficult to confirm this. You will have to close below 6.971% to confirm, but as you go on, it'll be easier and easier to confirm. Alrighty. And quarterly would still have that move down to the 5 to come back down and get a nice reconnect, healthy retest, and before busting action again. And that's what puts you down towards that 7.7% number, which was lining up with a lot of your blue boxes. Alrighty. Let's look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin has hidden bearish divergence on the daily. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 64,132. Let me zoom in here. You've hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bullish control zone. Next level is the simple moving average, currently sitting at around 61.7. And the neutral zone is sitting at 60,200. I do think that neutral zone is going to get tapped, and then that'll put in hidden bullish divergence. Alrighty. 12 hours already putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, but this needs to close over 64,390 to confirm. Nothing there. Four hours got bearish divergence, gives you a target of 60,900, right around 61,000. 2 hours got bearish divergence. You're about to retest a simple moving average at 62.8. That is resistance, kind of the top of our of this candle as of this moment, and it's also lining up with right around your 5 EMA. And next target is 62.1. And hourly's got bearish divergence. Bullish divergence. You fit the easy target, which is the bullish control, the bearish control zone. That level is at 62.7. And now I believe you're putting in you're putting in now possibility of hidden bearish divergence. Seems to be the short spot right here, and I think it's pretty tight risk here too. If you were to put this as your stop at 0.82%, TP is $60,000. You could front run it at 60,500. Pretty good, more than 3-1 here. Alrighty. 15 also got bullish divergence here. You've also hit the easy targets on this one. And now you're putting in hidden bearish divergence on the other side. Okie dokie. Go back to the daily. The 2-day. 2-day is also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, taking out these previous highs. And you're also putting in that inverse herp and derp on the 2-day. Doke. 3 days also putting in hidden bearish divergence possible. More volatility back to extreme lows. 5 days got bullish divergence. So now you're putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over about $60,180. I'd love to see that number come back up. Okie dokie. And let me zoom in here. We'll see what else there is. $70,000 is the edge of the bearish control zone. Very interesting. And weekly is putting in that possibility of bullish divergence. If you do confirm the weekly bullish divergence, brings you up to $70,000, $71,000 roughly. And right now you do have support at the edge of the bearish control zone at 59.3. 2-week also has bearish divergence. The edge of the bearish control zone is at $70,000. Once you hit that, you will have hidden bearish divergence also. And then next target is 56,000, which is a simple moving average. And monthly has bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $76,318. And from here, your next target is going to be the 100 EMA, which is currently sitting around $49,000. Okie dokie. Let's go into this. Go to Tether. Tether is currently flipped up on the daily, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.58% with volatility back to extreme lows. Okie dokie, 12 hours also flipped up, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.48%. And volatility is now back at extreme lows, and it's starting to tick up a little bit. Very close to expansion here. Okay. 8 hour. Eight hours also flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.46%. 4 hours also flipped up. It's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.47% with volatility expanding from many, many, many periods of 0%. And 2 hours now starting to flip down, putting in hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.64%. 2 days currently also flipped down with hidden bullish divergence possible, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.79%. 5 days also currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.61%, which we are exactly at right now. Weekly is also currently weekly is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.54%. There is possibility of bearish divergence here on the weekly though. And quarterly, 2 week is currently also flipped up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 7.81%, kind of lining up with that 7.7 to 7.8% area. And monthly is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.52%. Okie dokie. And quarterly is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up with hidden bullish divergence as long as you're closing over 5.38%. Let's go to Bitcoin. And 62.966. Alrighty. One sec, let me put this stop real quick. 62.966. There we go. Okay. Any divergence? Yeah, there's some hidden bearish divergence in between all these points also, because you're taking out every one of these highs, and this will confirm with any close below $63,600, and then this gives you a move down to somewhere around $60,000 to $59,000 on confirmation. 12 hours also currently flipped down with bearish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $64,200. 8 hours also flipped down with bearish divergence, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $64,000. 4 hours also currently flipped down with volatility now expanding from many periods of 0%, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $63,400. 2 hours currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 62,350. But you're very close to flipping down here, and you got a retest of the silver cross now. And hourly is looking quite bearish. Kind of looks like your next top is in here, and it's flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 62,400. 2 days currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 61,200. And you are putting in hidden bearish divergence possibility on the 2 day. 5 days currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $63,100. But you are close to flipping back up with that 5 day bullish divergence. Weekly is currently also flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 63,900, and you're also putting in weekly possible bullish divergence. 2-week is currently also flipped down with volatility back to extremes, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below about $71,600. Nice to see that pivot right in that area. And monthly flip down with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $64,400. So right now on the low time frames, with all the bearish divergences we are putting in, all the bearish setups, I do think we're going to come down to somewhere around 61 at a minimum for a little bit of a bounce. I do think that bounce will fail, and then we'll find ourselves somewhere around $59,000 to $60,000. We do have to see the reaction in that zone. We want to see some at least daily bullish divergence around $59,000 to $60,000. See a bounce from that area, and then if that area does hold, then we would have targets of retesting at least $64,000 from there, and any daily close of back over $64,000 is what's going to send us to that top. It send us to that blue box sitting somewhere around $67,000, and on the higher time frames, the box does sit somewhere higher, a little bit higher towards 70,000 to 73,000. That still would be a lower high on a macro basis, and it would line up with 2018, where you see a rally into the end of the summer, into a lower high, and then you go sideways for a little bit, and then into the end of the year you hit your lower low, which right now we would be targeting somewhere around $50,000 to $48,000 in that region. I do think somewhere in that region, maybe somewhere in the 40s, is probably we're going to find our next macro bottom, lining up with the 100 EMA on the monthly, which is also where you bottomed out on FTX and front running just slightly off of COVID. But to wrap it up on the short time frames, we want to see a little bit of a move down to 59, 60,000, complete that inverse herp and derp, and then from there possibly we see that move into $70,000 towards the end of the summer, maybe, and then some lower price action into the end of the year.
Thank you very much. Vinny, shut the fuck up. Thank you.
No, Vinny's a nice boy.
Yeah, but
Nunca
he
te
needs to
calles,
shut the
Vinny.
fuck up. He's the best, but he needs to shut the fuck up. Thank you. So just to be clear, basically the short setup that you were looking at, it was exactly 62,700 to go down. Alex, you're bearish either way, 60 under 62,400, 62,200, and the difference is, Farhan, you're saying that we should encounter a bounce at the $59,000 level, whereas Alex thinks now we could go all the way to 49.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, perfecto. Thank you very much, boys. Much appreciated. Excelente. Voy a hacer el concurso ahorita de los $3,000 que estamos dando con Bitunix. Recuerden que para participar en esto lo único que tienen que hacer es usar nuestro enlace, nuestra página de tutos que está aquí en la descripción de abajo si están tradeando. Esto no es para que vengas y te intentes ganar esto si no sabes tradear y no estás haciendo esto. Nadie te quiere invitar a este pedo, carnal. Esto es para los que ya somos degenerados con experiencia en el casino, porque de todas maneras el dinero que ganas es para tradear. Así que solamente puedes sacar lo que ganes del trade que vayas a usar. Así que no vengas a intentar ganar dinero de la nada por nada. Si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, por favor, no estamos buscando eso. Con eso dicho, vamos a nuestro prize pool de esta semana, que son $9,000. Voy a empezar con el premio de $500 y comenzamos con el primer ganador. Vamos a ver si es el mismo de la semana pasada. ¿Quién se llevó los $2,500? Se mamó, pero vamos a ver. Vamos a ver quién es el ganador en este momento. Bolas, hummus, perfecto, ganó el straight de hummus, perfecto, excelente, felicidades en esos $500, mi hermano. Vamos a ver si te llevas también los 1,000, porque aparentemente es una tendencia aquí por la poca cantidad de gente tradeando. Y entendido, es verano, güey, todo el mundo está afuera, es el mercado bajista de Bitcoin, no quieres pelar a Bitcoin hasta la última parte del año, entendido. Vamos con esto, pues, vamos a ver qué exactamente tenemos por acá. Y el siguiente ganador es allá en el canal de Hummus. Perfectamente, felicidades, mi estimado, te llevas $1,000. Recuerden para nuestros ganadores que lo único que tienen que hacer es venir a su campanita aquí a la derecha en su menú de Bitunix y ahí les va a decir que tienes un cupón. Redime el cupón y con eso tienes tu dinero para tradearlo en futuros. Vamos por el ganador grande esta semana. Vamos a ver si es alguno de los dos que ya ganaron ahorita por estos $1,500 deliciosos. Empezamos de una vez con esto. Vamos a ver. En solo un poco más. Esto está durando más que la pelea de McGregor. No se preocupen. JT7, sé que has ganado otros, pero no este. Así que felicidades, mi estimado. Te llevas $1,500. Ahí están $3,000 para nuestros participantes. ¿Cómo de que no? Vámonos a las tablas. Vamos a ver los Bitcoin. Pero antes estaba leyendo algo que me había puesto mente potente por acá. Un segundo. Lo del bot lo vamos a explicar antes de que estén mamando, por favor. Estábamos subiendo algo, pero al subirlo, me di cuenta que teníamos un pedo de restricción con el IP de estos güeyes y hasta que no lo resuelvan no lo voy a subir. Pero o sea, no sientan presión de que lo tienen que usar ya. Tranquilos, por el amor de Dios. Dice Mente Potente, hola tío Salo, a mí sí me late comparar Bitcoin con el 2022 solamente en noviembre y diciembre. Fue cuando pasó el Mundial. Voy voy a empezar ahí con decir, la liquidez no sigue eventos. Lo que parece ser en ciclos no está siguiendo eventos. Los ciclos siguen literalmente a sí mismos, la repetición es sí mismo, y el evento es la narrativa, si lo quieres ver así. Entonces, para mí, y esto solamente es obviamente mi punto de vista, tú puedes hacer lo que se te hinchen los huevos, no creo que puedas así sacártela de la manga y decir, pues voy a compararlo porque cambiaron el mundial de aquí a noviembre y diciembre y esto ahorita pasó, pero eso es hasta donde vamos acá. Comparado con este mundial de 2026, si vas a Bitcoin en la de 5 días, vas a ver que las velas se han movido muy parecido. Por ahí del mundial. Ahorita lo veo en noviembre, diciembre, es lo que estás diciendo. También estuve investigando las noticias o eventos durante y después del mundial. Fueron los conflictos. Fue todo lo que habíamos platicado ya con lo de Rusia. Rusia con Europa íbamos a tener la guerra mundial, ¿no? También, obviamente, el colapso financiero, efectivamente, que es lo que te dice que estás viendo el fondo. OVNIs. La de los ovnis es un poco diferente esta vez, pero estoy de acuerdo, también lo usaron. La guerra nuclear es lo que hemos platicado y además incluso se murió el Papa, ¿no? Exactamente, a finales de diciembre. Todo eso mientras estaba el Mundial y Bitcoin duró todas esas semanas de lado solamente. Después de diciembre, Bitcoin se fue a la alza hasta el 2025. Por eso creo que a finales de julio, después del Mundial, veremos más desastres naturales, ovnis, el fin del mundo, el colapso financiero, tal vez un presidente supuestamente falleciendo, alguien que ama cripto y en agosto sea el comienzo de la alza. Sería muy interesante ver eso. Definitivamente rompería un poco el esquema del ciclo y nos llevaría a probablemente otra cosa. Yo no creo... Nada me gustaría más a mí que tuviera razón en esto, porque claramente estoy bien posicionado y si no vemos más para abajo, ¿no? Pues, güey, quedo como un genio y todo el mundo que no se ha metido se quedó como pendejo, ¿no? Entonces, por supuesto que le doy validez. No validez. Por supuesto que entiendo lo que estás diciendo, pero no me quiero... No quiero alimentar mi bias simplemente por cómo estoy posicionado en este momento. Tengo que ir paso a paso, ¿no? Antes de hacer, perdón, estoy viendo la tabla de Solana. Antes de hacer eso, no me quiero meter en ello, ¿ok? Y te voy a enseñar el por qué. Y ahorita vamos a analizar esto, como dices, un poco el 2022, un poco el 2026, el 2018, perdón. Con lo que estamos viendo ahorita, la semanal es la correcta. Y solamente para entretener un poco lo que dices, ¿no? Noviembre, diciembre del 2022, estábamos por acá, si no me equivoco, aquí. Bien, vamos a ver eso en putiza. Permíteme, no estés chingando. De noviembre a diciembre. Todo esto es noviembre, ¿no? Que fue cuando caímos y dices que se parece mucho a este movimiento por acá, donde estábamos aguantando por debajo de todos los promedios. Habíamos tenido este mínimo en junio. Ahora, esto es lo que yo quiero ver. En junio del 2022 fue cuando caímos a los $17,000. ¿Ok? Si fuéramos a compararlo igual al ciclo del 2022, y esto es lo que no quedaría tan bien para muchos, esto es lo que validaría todavía más mi posicionamiento. Les voy a decir el por qué. Porque en el 2022, mayo nos llevó aquí. Y después la caída grande fue en junio y el 13 de junio. Mitad de junio ya estábamos aquí. La cosa es, de aquí pompeamos hasta agosto, igualito que en el 2018, pero este pompazo fue más obvio, porque esta es una de las cosas que Bitcoin sigue haciendo cuando cae, ¿no? Consolidar para arriba. Entonces, aquí a 13 de junio, estamos un mes después, estamos en julio. Estamos aquí, justamente entre esta y esta vela. Estas dos. Voy a acercarme un poco más para que lo veas. Estaríamos aquí, ¿no? ¿Estás de acuerdo? La cosa es, y ahorita lo vas a ver, no tuvimos esto en mayo, ¿no? Tenemos la caída de junio, que ya, o sea, lo dijimos cuántas veces nosotros. Vamos a ver exactamente cuándo fue nuestra caída de junio. Fue esta el 1 de junio, pero el 29 de junio hicimos un nuevo mínimo, en la semana del 29 de junio. ¿Ok? Y una vez, solamente regresando, este tipo de consolidación acá, que fue, hiciste este mínimo, para después venir a hacer un bajo más chico y un bajo más bajo, esto es a mí lo que me llama la atención, porque esta es una gatada de Bitcoin. Esto es lo que le dice a todo el mundo, sí, güey, a huevo, vamos a continuar bajando. Pero normalmente cuando Bitcoin te dice sí a huevo, pues digamos que no pasan las cosas. Entonces, a mí me encantaría que tuvieras toda la boca llena de razón, tío, porque esto es lo que yo estaría apostando perfectamente ahorita sin tener que preocuparme de nada. Si llegamos a bajar del bajón de junio del 2022 al fondo, estás hablando de un 11% más para abajo. 12%. Voy a regresar acá, ¿ok? Digamos aquí, que es el bajón. Aquí. Un 12% más nos llevaría a 50,000 planos. Es más, pon tú 51,000, 50,000 dólares, ¿no? Y eso me dejaría completamente contento. Recuerda que todo el mundo está esperando que vayamos a 45, 40, 35, etcétera. Para mí, la única manera en la que vamos a ver los 30,000 es si tenemos un pop ahorita, en junio, para finales de agosto grande, y de ahí caemos. Si esto se empieza a ir nada más de lado, voy a tener que estar de acuerdo con que esto se parece más al final del 2022. Sería correcto lo que estás diciendo, y con las noticias se parece también. Eso para mí es lo que me dice que hay algo aquí en juego bastante interesante para nosotros. Esto sería el final que estaríamos viendo ahorita nosotros. ¿Por qué? Donde simplemente nos vamos de lado. Si no tenemos ese gran pop de aquí a agosto, si no tenemos esto, ¿no? Que te lleve casi a chocar con esto. Si no tenemos esto, para mí sí vamos a estar efectivamente aquí. Y lo que efectivamente pasó es que todo el mundo se esperó a comprar y se la pelaron todos. Menos yo, que soy un puto genio por alguna razón, según esto, ¿no? A mí me cuesta trabajo creer que tengo tanta suerte. Me cuesta trabajo pensarlo. Es por eso que para mí esto suena demasiado raro, porque no hemos tenido este movimiento todavía, donde caímos en junio y subimos fuerte, y luego de ese mínimo no volviste a hacer otro mínimo. Aquí caímos, hicimos esto y volvimos a caer. Y ese tipo de formación es esta. Estoy jurando que es el fondo y la verga. No, güey. No estoy 100% alocado en todo. Pero puedes ver cómo este bajo es más bajo que este. Y ahora puedes tener esto aquí a diciembre y lo que quieras, ¿no? Pero a mí me huele, y lo que me sigue dando todavía más resultados es este. ¿Por qué no puedo compararlo con el ciclo del 2022? Ahora, lo que estás haciendo tú es adelantándote, como dices, no estás cortando parte de que de cierta manera no te puedo negar que sea algo que se pueda dar. Pero lo que estamos viendo ahorita nosotros, en este momento, es idéntico a esto. Idéntico. Estas dos velas de acá, donde fue el fondo, puedes ver el fondo acá, ¿no? En 58, en 5,800, multiplícalo por 10, 58, 59 fue lo que vimos. Luego aquí, este fondo que fue el fondo del fondo ahorita que vimos, ¿no? Local, en los $57,000 y aquí fue en 5,700, literalmente por 10, ¿no? Esto es lo que es más raro de todo esto, es un por 10 simplemente el nuevo ciclo. De aquí, del fondo, tuviste otra vela, pon tú estas dos velas, ¿no? Estas dos velas son estas, donde tuviste esto y el fondo en la última vela de las dos. ¿Estás de acuerdo? Bien. ¿Qué pasó después de tener las dos velas de fondo? Tuviste estas velas de aquí arriba. ¿Ok? Me echo para atrás y te enseño. Tienes tus dos velas de fondo y ¿qué es lo que siguió? Estas dos velas. Ya vimos la primera y ahora estamos formando la segunda, ¿ok? Esta es la idea. Y aquí yo les voy a decir algo. Yo estaba esperando entrar en long si llegábamos a los $62,000. Pero en la noche, que andaba de pendejo, me metí a ver esto. ¿Ves cómo aquí el fondo está acá? Y luego esta vela vino y se lo llevó y se fue para arriba. ¿Qué estamos haciendo? Multiplicando por 10, ¿no? El fondo de esta vela, de la primera, fueron 62,200. O sea, el precio más bajo que tocó. 6,200 o 6,300. 62 o $63,000. El fondo de esta vela, cabrón, son $6,000. 60,000. Fondo de esta vela, 61,300, ¿no? Básicamente por $700 falló. Y esta vela debería de cargarse este mínimo para continuar el patrón idéntico. En los bajos 60,000 a los altos 60,000. Esta. Entonces, ¿por qué no me metí ahorita en long y sigo esperando? Estoy esperando a que se dé este movimiento hasta más o menos por acá. Que se lleve esta vela. Esto le va a dar la razón a todos los que son bajistas ya y que creen que van a ver los 55,000. Porque recuerda, ¿de qué se trata cuando Bitcoin está tradeando? De hacer pensar a todo el mundo que está mal y que están equivocados en todas. Además, siempre les digo esto, cuando ves un trade por adelantado y no ocurre luego, es como tiene que pasar. Y aquí estamos platicando aquí hay dos cosas, ¿no? Alex completamente cree que este patrón de hombro, cabeza, hombro inverso, que estás viendo acá, ¿no? Hombro, cabeza, y este sería el siguiente hombro. Todo el mundo lo puede ver y por eso todo el mundo se va a quedar como pendejo esperando a que funcione, ¿no? Y no va a funcionar. Del otro lado tienes a Pagan que cree que sí podría ser el caso, que vengamos para acá, hagamos esto y reventemos para acá. Ahora no es para celebrar el fin del fondo, etcétera. Simplemente tenemos el pump tal cual como lo tuvimos en el 2018 y eventualmente se muere ese pump y caemos, ¿ok? Entonces aquí tienes dos diferentes ideas. Mi idea sigue siendo la misma idea que yo vi y les dejé el viernes, donde aquí podríamos formar esta parte del hombro, del segundo hombro e irnos para arriba. ¿Por qué esta es mi idea? Uno, en el patrón de velas lo vi. Es la primera cosa que tengo que decir. Dos, si esto lo corrijo, esta línea, y la hago así, como la había puesto yo, aquí, agarrándome de este máximo de acá, el retesteo de esta zona va a ser por acá. Y esos son los 60,000 planos. ¿Ok? Siempre y cuando no falle y te lleves esta línea completamente para abajo y esta línea aguante, esto es lo que debería de catapultarte a retestear ese hombro, cabeza, hombro para reventar a la alza. Es lo que yo veo, ¿no? personalmente. Otra cosa que tengo que decir que estoy notando en todo lo que estamos viendo. Ustedes, si están siguiendo algo mi estrategia de comprar Coinbase, Circle, Strategy, todo esto, se han dado cuenta que en horas de mercado y entre semana no pompea Bitcoin. Y lo saben porque están volteando a ver Strategy, están volteando a ver todo esto y está en la mierda en horas de mercado. Pero cuando cierra, instantáneamente Bitcoin se ve, uy, güey, no mames la fuerza que trae esta chingadera, ¿no? Y el fin de semana, uy, güey, se voltea. Y dices, no puedo esperar a que abra el mercado y ver cómo va Strategy. Y lo mandan a la verga. ¿Han visto eso? Estoy seguro, ¿no? Estoy completamente seguro de esto. Cuando abres el lunes y te tiran Bitcoin y te están diciendo que los semis y que todo esto se va a ir a la verga, normalmente es positivo. Ahora lo que quiero que hagamos es esto. Tenemos Bitcoin acá. Entonces, para mí un poco lo que estamos viendo, y una vez más, no estoy contándoles que ya vimos el fondo y obviamente me encantaría, ¿no? Sería la cosa más cagada y la que más jodería a todo el mundo, pero no lo creo. Yo creo que sí tenemos un putazo más para abajo. ¿Por qué? Porque de todas maneras cuando Bitcoin sube, si Bitcoin ya va a subir, ¿no? Aquí, ¿qué es la gatada que siempre hace esta chingadera? Se lleva todos los mínimos otra vez por nada y se va. Por eso mi teoría de que los 56 podrían ser la zona más culera de todas, porque ahí todo el mundo seguiría esperando, ¿no? Sería la jugada más pinche culera de absolutamente todas aquí, si se fuera esa zona. Es mi punto de ver esto, ¿no? Por ahorita, lo que Alex y Farhan están diciendo es tiene más sentido estar en corto, por ejemplo, volteas a ver la de 4 horas, y es justamente esta zona, que es un sell trigger, ¿no? Para Alex o para Farhan, el promedio del 34. Estás por debajo, ven a retestearlo en los 62,900 y va para abajo. Alex lo ve como la zona de 62,300, 62,200 una vez que pierdas esta zona. Y aquí hay dos puntos de vista, ¿no? En dónde te vas a llevar tu lana. Alex va a esperar a que pierdas los 62,200, hacerle corto aquí para ir a los $49,000, ¿no? O 45, lo que sea. Y Farhan está viendo retestear el 34, hacer corto por acá, si no es que donde está, ¿no? Que es más riesgoso porque tu invalidación está muy arriba. Y de ahí llevarte probablemente a los 61 hasta los 60. Y ahí rebotar. Hacer el hombro, cabeza, hombro y vámonos. Entonces aquí tienen ellos dos diferentes ideas. Para mí, la idea de el corto tiene sentido por completo. ¿Voy a entrar en él? No, estoy más concentrado, pero esto es porque yo estoy concentrado en otra cosa. En la jugada de los 60,000. Ven, y ahora, ¿qué también hace en los 60,000? Antes de subir, ¿qué fue lo que hizo en el 2018? Se llevó todos estos mínimos. Todos. Antes de subir. ¿Ok? Entonces, para mí estoy más enfocado en esa porque siento que va a tener más movimiento. O sea, el movimiento a la alza va a ser mucho más grande del que a la baja. ¿Por qué? Bueno, es solamente para traerlos de vuelta al 2018. Puta, esto va a tomarme 6,000 años. Estoy en el 2022, 2020, 19. A ver, pues ahí estoy, en la de 8 horas. Hemos llegado. Me quito mis indicadores pendejos. Esto es junio del 2018. Ok. $25 de junio. Y ahora esta no se lo llevó, ¿eh? Atentos, porque en velas más chicas ves más el movimiento. Habías aguantado aquí esta caída, habías aguantado aquí esta caída y ahora estás básicamente aquí, ¿no? Y de esto te tiró, se llevó todos estos mínimos, ¿no? Ah, no, perdón. En realidad estamos en esta pendeja vela. Discúlpenme. En la segunda, porque es la segunda semana. Aquí. No te llevas estos mínimos, que es lo que estoy diciendo yo también. Ahorita no te vas a llevar los 57, etcétera. Lo puedes ver acá, ¿no? Estos fueron exactamente los 57,000. Pero, ¿ves esta vela? La roja que está acá. Tienes este momento de eliminación de eso y de ahí vas para arriba. Esto es lo que yo creo va a pasar. Y una vez, solamente repitiéndome, me estoy guiando en lo que ha pasado una y otra vez ahorita, que es este patroncillo del 2018. Entonces, ahorita estaríamos más o menos como en esta zona. Vamos de vuelta acá, caemos, y en esta caída, aquí donde todo el mundo, y lo que yo voy a buscar para este long es que me den también malas noticias. Si me das malas noticias aquí, perfecto. Ahí es donde voy a estar con todo. Si no, pues güey, tal vez sí vaya a continuar bajando esto y vayamos a ver nuevos mínimos. Pero por ahora yo creo que esto debería aguantar. Esto. Y podrías, ¿no? Decir pum, pum, pum. Una vez que te lo llevaste, bolas para arriba. Esta es la tabla de 8 horas, por cierto. Entonces, lo que yo estaría esperando de acá, que nos llevemos todos estos mínimos, los pueden ver acá. Nos llevemos todos estos mínimos, caigamos más o menos, no tanto, ¿eh? O sea, te llevas estos mínimos, caes, no tanto, una vez más. Caes por acá, 60,700, 70,800, etcétera, y vámonos. Eso es suficiente para pintar tu hombro, cabeza, hombro, perfecto. Inverso. Y que vaya para arriba. Pero si está más abajo. Lo que estoy diciendo es si vas a tener un movimiento más para abajo. Eso es lo que yo sí creo va a pasar. ¿Qué a mí me dice que no vamos a ver más para abajo? La fuerza que trae Ethereum y vean lo bien que está aguantando aquí arriba. Y lo mismo con Solana. Por más que intentemos pensar que vamos para abajo, si les pongo esto acá, pueden ver que, pues, güey, mínimo un bajo más alto, un alto más alto, un bajo más alto hasta acá, los 73, que sería una oportunidad de compra y para arriba. Es mi idea, ¿no? Si eres igual bajista, el retesteo del 81 sería la zona para hacer un corto, si es que te la da, que es el promedio del 100 en la diaria. Lo que les quiero enseñar es esto, el SP500 semanal 2018. Me quito todos mis dibujillos. Ok. En el 2018, ¿qué es lo que tuvo el SP500? En enero, tope, ¿no? Y corregiste, en mismo enero, tuviste una caída enorme. Pero puedes argumentar que hasta abril fuiste bajista. Y de ahí se recuperó. ¿Hasta cuándo? Hasta octubre. ¿Qué pasa en octubre? Estas son las elecciones. ¿Ok? Por ahí de junio, esto es junio hasta julio, caíste. Y de ahí te fuiste para arriba, no agresivamente, pero regresaste aquí a hacer un nuevo máximo. Lo puedes ver, ¿no? Y en octubre tienes el chapuzclazón hasta diciembre, que es donde fondea el mercado, ya de ahí se vuelve a ir para arriba como loco. Aunque tuviste después COVID. Esto es lo que va a ser raro, ¿ok? Es el 2018. ¿Qué es lo que hemos visto ahorita? Dijimos enero, tope, ¿no? Y aquí está el 20 de enero, tope. Fondo hasta abril, fue el pasado. Aquí caíste hasta mayo, digo hasta marzo, casi abril, pero fue finales de marzo. Y ahora vienes para arriba, junio, corriges tantito, ¿no? Y ahora vienes aquí, de lado. Está comportándose idéntico que en el 2018. Esto quiere decir que probablemente todo lo que estás viendo ahorita y todas las malas noticias que te están dando, porque están esforzándose para darte malas noticias, esta chingadera vaya de poco a poquito, poco a poquito, poco a poquito, poco a poquito hasta octubre, y en octubre caiga. Lo que favorece una vez más a esa caída de Bitcoin en diciembre, etcétera. No, hasta ahorita, hasta que no violen estos patrones, no podemos decir otra cosa. Y muchos de ustedes se van a preguntar, pero güey, ¿qué tal si en verdad en los Bitcoin, ¿no? ¿Qué tal si en verdad en Bitcoin ya no caemos más? Ya simplemente nos vamos de lado todo lo que queda del año y ya de ahí subimos. ¿Cómo vamos a saber? Porque yo creo que es bastante fácil saber. Cuando tengas, si es que tienes una vez, aquí tienes que repetir exactamente el mismo patrón. De aquí a agosto tienes que tener este pump, ¿ok? Y este pump tiene que ser relativamente grande con este. Eso quiere decir que verás entre 70 y 74 mil dólares. Otra cosa que me da a mí un poco de claridad, aparte del Clarity Act, por supuesto, es esto. Espérenme. Justamente esto. Que es el tope, nunca cerraste por encima de esta línea meme. Resistencia, resistencia, tuviste un cierre, dos cierres, después te tiró. Un cierre, te tiró. Resistencia, resistencia, resistencia. Una vez que lo rompiste, te fuiste a máximos históricos. ¿Ok? ¿Dónde está esto? En 72 mil dólares. Para mí esto es lo que vas a venir a retestear. Aquí. Y no creo que lo vayas a romper. Yo sí me voy a quedar con que, pues, hasta que me pruebes de lo contrario, y no una vez más me encantaría ir con mi bias, ¿no? Me fascinaría decir, güey, ya vimos el fondo, soy un genio y soy el único güey que compró. Pero no lo creo. Yo creo que lo que vamos a ver es esto, 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 y ya después eventualmente el para arriba. Por ahí de enero, febrero. Porque la bolsa, si pudieron ver, cayó hasta diciembre en el 2018. Si la bolsa estaba cayendo en diciembre, cripto acompañaría a la bolsa de octubre a diciembre. Y eso quiere decir que cripto caerá también a fin de año. En lo que está pintando esto, le dice a todo el mundo, no, güey, es que ya chingamos. Nel, güey, es un rechazo. ¿Cómo vamos a saber si aquí todo el mundo está eufórico y no tiene miedo? Si aquí nos dicen que güey, los bancos van a caer, el sistema de la Reserva Federal va a colapsar, bla, 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 aguantas todas tus posiciones. Porque lo que están haciendo es no dejando a la gente subirse. Pero ahorita no es el caso. No te voy a mentir para nada. Este no es el caso. Y sobre todo ahorita, las noticias están muy chistosas. Están muy chistosas. Te ponen que el presidente Trump dice que China quiere tomar completo control de la inteligencia artificial y de cripto. No, esa es la primera. Y acá pone lo que pone Donald Trump. Tienen que pasar el Clarity Act. Lo tienen que pasar ya porque al güey este pendejo que se murió con el poco respeto que se merece, el pinche demonio hijo de puta de Lindsey Graham, era un gran apoyador del Clarity Act, ¿no? ¿Cuándo quieren aprobar el Clarity Act? Y lo hemos platicado antes, por ahí del 7 de agosto. Entonces, más o menos por acá es cuando deberías de ver esto. Pasan el Clarity Act y una vez más les da a todos los bitcoiners bien asoleados, bien taneados, bien comidos, bien nutridos y que chupan tetas todo el día, otro pinche putazo a la baja. Eso todavía coincide demasiado con el tiempo y con todo lo que estamos viendo. No podemos salirnos de lo que estamos viendo porque estamos prediciendo todo lo que está pasando, no prediciéndolo, viendo la repetición de lo que pasó en el 2008 y no nos queremos salir de ello, ¿no? Yo creo que es un poco ridículo que nos ha dado movimiento a movimiento, movimiento a movimiento y querer ganarle al ciclo nosotros pensando, no, güey, es que ahora va a ser lo diferente. Tiene más sentido que copie justamente el 2018 de principio a fin a que no. ¿Y eso quiere decir un Bitcoin en $30,000? ¿Quién sabe, güey? Puede que sí. Porque si me das todos los mismos movimientos acá y tienes el rechazo igualito, ¿no? En los 7,000 y cacho del pasado, bueno, donde haya sido en el pasado, y te vienes para abajo y no pintas un nuevo mínimo. Tienes este rechazo, pero regresas por aquí y se queda aquí. Pues te está diciendo, güey, que esto va a caer eventualmente después de fin de año. Tienes que darle la razón. O mínimo es lo que yo estoy haciendo y lo que yo voy a hacer. No tienen ustedes por qué. Pero yo, si esto me ha llevado a esto, es donde le voy a dar completamente la razón al ciclo de Bitcoin del 2018 y decir, pues, ¿por qué me voy a desprender de él? Una vez, una aclaración más de esto. $6,000 en el 2018, 5,900 y 5,700. Multiplícalo, divídelo entre 10. Y si eso se llega a repetir, ¿no? En el 2018, de que estos de acá, 5,700, que son 57, fue el fondo ahorita, este fondo debería ser 3,100, $31,000. Ahí es donde todo se pondría de la mega verga, sí, para todo el mundo. Pero es por eso que si estamos copiando este ciclo, debemos de tener, no nos debe nada el mercado, pero probablemente tengamos este momento de pompazo. Y este momento de pompazo, que por cierto acá, pero no es lo mismo, porque los números son diferentes en los pumps, por lo que relativo menos retornos. Igual y no baja tanto, ¿no? Pero aquí pues, te debería dar miedo esto. No miedo, pero deberías de tener en cuenta esos $31,000. No puedes descartarlos. No puedes. Y lo que haría eso es espantaría a todo el mundo a tal grado, ¿no? Porque todo esto se va de lado. Todo el mundo compra en noviembre, en octubre, noviembre, pensando, güey, a huevo, ya compré por acá en $60,000, no bajó más, fue el fondo. Y pito, güey. La gente que compró hasta en 45 se encuentra con que esta mamada llegó aquí. Y ahora, de aquí para arriba, tiene más sentido. Porque si llegas a los 30,000 y te da un pompazo a los 126, haces 3 veces tu lana. ¿No? Tendría más sentido. No tiene que subir tanto ya Bitcoin. Y lo que va a hacer es ir como por ahí de los 180 a 220 probablemente este ciclo. Ahora no me vayan a guardar, ¿no? Ah, no, sí. Cuando eres alcista está bien, no importa que te equivoques por cuánto. Siempre estás en lo correcto. Se me olvidan las reglas de creadores que hablan de cripto. Pero por ahorita vieron, ¿no? El SP500 se está moviendo igual que en el 2018, parecido. Estamos viendo a cripto hacer un poco de lo mismo. Y para los que preguntan, pues, ¿qué vamos a hacer con entonces Ethereum y todo eso? Ahí no sé qué decirles, porque no era lo... Ahí sí, este ciclo del 2018 fue muy diferente, porque en febrero del 2018 esta madre hizo un alto histórico, febrero del 2018. Y acá fue en septiembre del 2025. No hiciste un alto histórico en febrero del 2018, para nada. Y luego acá tuviste el alto más bajo en abril. Este lo tuviste también acá en abril. Puedes usar eso, por ejemplo. Y de ahí, ahorita, ya donde estamos, deberíamos de estar colapsando y no estamos colapsando. Entonces, Ethereum instantáneamente me dice que sí es diferente, que no es lo mismo. Bien, no voy a poner mi apuesta igual ahí que en esta. Pero en Bitcoin sí. En Bitcoin sí. Esto tiene cara que va a venir para abajo y es lo que estábamos esperando. Tienes un cierre bajo el S&P 200 en la de 4 horas. Queremos ver un poco de seguimiento, un regreso a esta línea en 62,700, corto con una invalidación aquí arriba en 63. Y vámonos, si es que llega, que ahorita ya tiene cara de venir, a en cualquier lugar entre 61,700. A mí me gustaría ver más que venga a retestear esta línea en los 60,200, 60 bajos, que venga a retestear esta línea. Eso sacaría a todo el mundo. ¿Por qué? Porque todo el mundo que ha estado en long, y esto siempre lo digo, hasta acá no ha sido tocado. Todos estos güeyes se le están pasando de no mames, no, es ya compré el fondo en este long con 10x, entonces voy a hacer un varo. Pero cuando venga acá ya los quiero ver a todos sudando y vendiendo su posición por nada y para que rebote. Y es lo que estamos esperando, un movimiento para abajo para después. Hay dos opciones, continuar para abajo, opción A, y opción B, simplemente, efectivamente, rebotar acá e irnos para arriba. Y continuar el ciclo del 2018 idéntico. Es lo que tenemos en los Bitcoin hasta ahorita. Pero si veo las noticias, si veo las pendejadas que están poniendo, favorece mucho a este tipo de narrativa, al rebote por acá, ir a buscar ese Clarity Act por ahí de agosto y ya de ahí irnos a comer mierda todos juntos, ¿no? Y las acciones simplemente ahorita te están espantando porque es verano, hay poco volumen, mantente fuera, no te metas, va a haber un colapso, bla, bla, bla. Y de repente, un día a otro, no te van a decir, volvió a abrir el estrecho. Porque recuerda, el estrecho de Hormuz cierra los lunes, de lunes a viernes, y abre los fines de semana. Pero este fin de semana querían espantarte un poco extra. Cuando ves noticias de que estamos bombardeando Irán y la chingada, tienes que entender que hemos estado bombardeando Irán mucho antes de que empezara la guerra. Y nunca te lo mencionaron. Solamente te lo mencionan cuando quieren que te espantes. Si no lo vieras en las noticias, ¿sabrías que estamos bombardeando Irán? No. Entonces, usa tu sentido común y di, ok, quieren que me espante. ¿Por qué? Porque no quieren que entres en el rally que viene de aquí a las elecciones y después en la caída. Punto. Es todo. All right. Whoever's next, we're going to do the S&P 500 for a trade. And from there, Meta for a trade.
Beautiful. Let me do the S&P. Let's actually look at that. You know, of course, trading views to be a little slow today, as always. Anytime. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so let's actually look for a trade here because actually interesting to see. Well, where we rejected is interesting to me. Now, we were really watching for, and I'm going to use ES1, there's more volume, essentially the same thing though. That's kind of like what we look at anyways when we look at S&P. And this doesn't close except over the weekend. So we were really looking for that move to the daily 34, which we got. This was a nice TP zone on our short. Now for a trade, we're actually up within this range again. If I just extend this line, you can see here that $7,631 was a big spot of resistance. We had this breakout, which is good, and you're in a daily uptrend now with this higher high break. So you're really watching to see their consolidation and a break up to around 7,630. Yes, you basically have to test around this all-time high, get an SR even on one daily candle closure. That'll lead to a breakout move. That's where you can actually start longing. It's very aggressive to start longing up here, in my opinion. You can easily see if you actually get a closing basis above June 15th's wick high, you will be an HBDR breakout. And you can easily see ES1, S&P go up to around that 7,715 region, maybe even all the way up to 7,750. But again, still kind of a big spot, and you would need to see follow through after this essentially median retest in daily 5. Now, for me, I'm not really 100% certain of the breakout move. And in my opinion, I'd really actually want to see a little bit lower. Firstly, maybe a spring off the weekly 5. So, right, that's only at 7,540. with contracting weekly volatility. This we know a setup is coming here soon. Curious to see what even weekly HBDR has to say. Near a breakdown, but not breaking down. So confluence of the weekly 5 retest with the bottom 38.2%. But you do see you get a TP zone of around $7,733. So really, that's why putting emphasis on 7,630, that June 15th wick high right here, is going to be really important to reclaim, because you can see upon the reclaim of that, you can easily move up about 1.3% from that point, which is pretty impressive considering you're already basing on an all-time high. Going up around over a little over 1% from that is not too bad. But again, I'm not really seeing follow through or even a trigger on that trade quite yet. Remember, the trigger for a long will be a reclaim of June 15th wick high. That 7,630 is a big spot. You do have the potential to go up to 7,700, as I showed, but you just need the trigger. Now, for a trade here, I'm not really getting anything too clear. We are at now resistance. We're in a tight range. In all honesty, I would just be waiting for this candle to develop more. We've seen some pretty nice actual moves down once ES1 loses 7,545. You saw it here where once we actually lost it, you did start to move down towards the 21. Let's just measure this move down. So about 0.83%. Remember, this isn't crypto, this is like indices, so it's not too bad of a move down. Here's a better one, deviation, and then this led you down all the way to around 2.5%. This was actually the setup I shorted with ETA. It's loss of support, confluence of that with the daily 9 loss. And then here, once you actually got the loss of, well, that 7,550 region, but also then that daily 9, you did dump another 3.4%. So I would be watching very carefully. You notice here that on ES1, you haven't really been able to get it past that 7,630. So that doesn't mean it can't. The more times you hit it, the weaker it does become. But I would just be really watching today's candle to see where this develops. Like I showed you on Bitcoin's analysis, Dixie is more poised to go up at this current point. That does have implications for something like ES1. So in all honesty, I don't see a current trade yet. I'd be patient. You either have a long trigger of a reclaim of 7,631, or you could even use June 15th wick high. This wick high can operate as a nice spot of interest. You know for sure if you're SRing an all-time high, obviously you'll get continuation up. Continuation is, in my opinion, right into that 7,730 region. Now, if you're looking for a short here, it's not totally dumb. But it's just a lot harder, specifically after last week's green dildo. Oh, somehow I closed my whole computer. Let me put that back on. I don't even know what button I pushed on my keyboard to do that. Interesting. There we go. My bad. In all honesty, though, it's a lot harder to be shorting this now, especially after the reclaim of the weekly 5. So for shorts, it's very simple. Let's just wait for actually this weekly candle closure. If you want to short ES1, you can obviously start shorting now and have your stop loss at that June 15th high. But I'm not getting any confirmation of that. Even on HBDR, you're not in a breakdown, and you're actually more likely to just retest this bottom 38.2% and move up. So that's why I would actually be waiting for the weekly 5 this week to get lost, and then into next week you can short. That then should provide enough data for shorts, because it's a lot harder to just say, okay, we made an all-time high, let's short, when you've already retested the weekly 9. That was the easy trade, and that's the trade we took. But now you can see here it's not so easy. So for shorts, patience on the weekly, and for longs, you're just SRing June 15th wick high. If you're going to long that, your stop loss can easily be I guess it's low at 7,469. We'll give that for the culture. Because at that point, you're in a daily sell trigger. You've now actually put this back in daily downtrend. And then that's when maybe into next week, you'll get a pretty easy short trade. So that seems like an easy risk to reward. Have your low at July 8th. Start longing. You could either long here, right into that weekly 5 retest, or confirmation of that reclaim of 7,631, or even June 15th wick high. ES1 though looks like it's in an interesting spot with Dixie looking like it wants to break out. So I would be watching this very carefully because we do know we have a weekly volatility setup on ES1. And look at the last weekly volatility setup. Now it's a little different because you had a 3 extreme low reads here. But on this weekly volatility setup, it did fire us to the upside. Upon confirmation of that, you did actually see ES1 make a new low here, and then it shifted back into a bull control, fulfilling the bullish setup, taking us all the way up to a new high, giving us 20.2%. So if we end up, let's say going up 15% from this point, because remember, it's not at all the equate of this setup, which was 20%, because you had 3 sessions of 0% volatility. So like we'll call it for like 15%, 14%. That could mean ES1's pressing like 8,700. And this is weekly standpoints. This took 1 month, 2 months, 2.5 months almost. And then here, maybe 15% down would take you right into that weekly 100. Like right into 6,440. So big ranges here, and that just really shows the kind of extent on this weekly volatility setup. So makes sense to be looking for a trade, not seeing a trade right now. You need more data. Longs are waiting for the daily, shorts are waiting for the weekly. And I do see like even like a little channel here for me. So that means that into like next week, this is daily. So by like July 16th, which is interesting because I remember Bitcoin had something like this saying July 15th. So seems like July 15th to July 16th is going to be a day of maybe some easy setups.
Thank you, senor. Let me see what's next. Farhan's doing Meta for a trade. Tesla for a short. Although, let's just say Tesla and then see. I haven't looked at it. SP500. Preguntas porque estás buscando un long. Estaba mirando entrar el promedio del 21, pero no lo veo muy claro. No lo ves claro porque efectivamente todavía no tienes una tendencia. Pero tu idea de meterte en el promedio del 21 en la diaria no está mal. ¿Por qué? Porque pues de aquí a acá, que sería tu invalidación, no estás tan lejos. Tiene cara de que esto va a ser el caso. Pero lo que Alex también dice es, podría también haber un corto. Pero si lo estás viendo de, ¿cómo se llama? De simplemente en tendencia, esta gatada, güey, este es un alto más alto que ese high, 7,579. Por 1 centavo es más alto este que este. Entonces no hay posibilidad de divergencia bajista de acá a acá. Bien. Tienes este bajo, un alto más bajo, un bajo más alto, un alto más bajo, un bajo más alto, y ahora tienes un alto más alto y solamente te falta llevarte esto. Acá, para confirmar que esto es un tope y vas a caer, tienes que llevarte el mínimo de esta vela, el que está aquí, y todavía no lo has visto, aquí, en los 7,508. Una vez que veas eso, pues vas a tener probabilidades de venir y agarrarlo por acá. Y lo que he estado notando acá es la fortaleza que lleva, porque acá veniste a ver el promedio del 34 de esta forma, bueno, el del 55 más bien, que es la naranja, lo tocaste. Acá también, en esta, apenas el 34. Lo que yo pensaría, y me iría un poco más al extremo, si fuera tú, en vez de esperarme al 21 y solamente tomar un buen trade gordo, ¿no? Que tenga mejores probabilidades, es espérate a ver si vienes a tocar el 34. Porque si vienes a tocar el 34, ¿no? Va a estar más arriba y tu invalidación va a estar más cerca. Si no lo toca y te quedas en el 21, pues, ¿qué tanto es la diferencia? Vamos a ver, digamos que entras hoy en el 21, que te da el trade. Pero si te da el trade, esto es lo que tienes que tener en mente. Estarías en una tendencia bajista diaria, porque confirmaste el tope acá. Este fue tu siguiente alto y ahora te falta hacer un bajo más alto. Y lo vas a hacer en el 21 o lo vas a hacer en el 34. Yo le daría al 34 más probabilidades y usar esta invalidación acá, pero también tienes el derecho de decir, pues no, güey, a la verga, es el 21 y es el 21. Aunque no sería, vamos a ver. Te queda 0.68% para abajo, que no es nada. Pero tendrías que venir a buscar un nuevo alto, a ver. Casi el triple, 1-3. No está mal. No está mal. Pero personalmente no me metería. Aquí todavía no tienes un trade. Todavía no lo tienes. En la de 4 horas ya tienes un alto. La última vez viniste al 55 y lo llevaste chido. Entonces, mínimo esperarías que muestre más fortaleza y se quede entre el 55 y este. Sí, yo me esperaría literalmente a eso en la diaria, al 34. Si es que te lo llega a dar el 34 en la diaria. Sería lo más recomendable. Si no, puedes entrar en este, que es un trade un poco más, digamos, desesperado. Un trade con más FOMO y pues también válido, ¿no? Ahí lo tienes. La otra cosa, porque decían que veían en las noticias, me encanta lo de Trump que China se quiere llevar a la inteligencia artificial, ¿no? Quiere controlar la inteligencia artificial. ¿Qué no fueron todos los pendejos gringos, Zuckerberg, Jensen Huang, Elon Musk y todos, no se los llevó a China para ver al presidente de China? Y la otra que es mi favorita, China quiere controlar cripto. ¿Qué va a controlar en cripto? ¿Qué va a comprar más Bitcoin? ¿Y qué tiene eso? ¿Va a comprar más Monero? ¿Va a comprar más Ethereum? ¿No? Putos headlines tan pendejos que hay. ¿Quieren ver otro que me dice que vamos a bajar ahorita? Mámense esto. Michael Saylor dejó de comprar Bitcoin. Güey, vamos a huevo a rebotar. Pero a huevo. La pregunta es ¿dónde? Es todo. Es todo. Vamos a ver Meta.
Alrighty. Vamos a ver Meta.
It's for a trade, por favor.
Alrighty. Zoom out real quick. And we'll put on the HPDR first for now. Julio. So momentum is still positioned to the upside on Meta on the short to medium time frames. Let's see if we are taking out this high. We are making a lower high on momentum. Are we making a higher high in price? Let's see, 676, and this is 669. Nice number. It's a beautiful number, but it's not a higher high, so there's no bearish divergence here. You are also tapping the 95%, and you've gotten closures over this 200 SMA. Let's make this come back on now and see where that lines up with. I'd also like to see that the 200 SMA lines up exactly with this blue zone right here, blue box. Let's make this disappear. A lot of colors in the way. And that zone right now is sitting at around $650. And as long as you are closing over $650, you are likely going to come up and get a test of somewhere around $700 from there. Let's see if we can get some better entries on this, though. Daily also has a nice little gap ski here. Daily is starting to flip down. Anything else here? This did get a higher high. From here, what is this close? This is at $688. This close is at $669. So we got some bearish divergence between these 2 points, or hidden bearish divergence, because we did take out this high on momentum while price made a lower high. This will require a close below $658 to confirm, and then once that, and what also lines up with that confirmation is you would also lose this box here, this yellow box, and then this would give you a move down to the gap fill, slightly lower than the gap fill. It's actually going to bring you down to the top of this blue box at this zone here, and this is currently sitting at $622. $2. Plus, if you notice, you're about to get a silver cross at the upside. Very, very close. Probably maximum 2 more, but I think 1 more close before this does confirm, as long as you're closing over $605. And at that point, you will be testing the 9 EMA, and you likely will get some busting action at that point. From here, though, the most actionable thing would be is to either, if you're adamant to take that long and you don't want to short, then you could just wait for this zone here. But if you want, you could just take the short in this region here. Your stop would be at the wick high, that is at around like 2.5% against you, versus your TP is right around this bottom box, which is around 6% in your favor. So that's more than 2-to-1 odds right there. So the first actionable trade would be that short towards that blue box, and then right around this $620 zone would be where you would flip long, and then let's see if I can get you a better stop loss on this, because I wouldn't want to use this one that's quite low, quite white. 12 hours also starting to flip down. Come on, please update. 12 hours also just about to give you that silver cross, and from here you are likely going to test somewhere around this $620-ish to $600 zone. $600 would give you the better stop, because then you would only be right there for your stop, and that would be like 4.5% against you, versus coming back up to test these highs is around 15%, and then the top of this band is like 17 to 18%. 4 hour also flipping, or just about to flip down. Got a little inverse Harpent up here. Usually these are more effective on momentum oscillators. And get more also lining up with that idea of that short in this region. It's as close to basically around $660 as you can get. Stop at that wick high, it's around like 2.2% against you, and then you're looking at around $620 to $600. 620 would be like 6.40, 6.5% in your favor, and $600 would be closer to 10% in your favor. Pretty awesome. And then now that you're already up, you could take that long around $620. You wouldn't really need to wait for closer to 600, because you're already up. You already have a good amount. I think it was about 6 or 7% in your favor, and your stop would be here at around 7%, and your TP is up towards $700, and that is about 12 to 13%. Okie dokie. Come on. 2 hours also flipping down, waiting for this to appear. Also kind of lining up with that short idea. You got a massive bearish engulfing dildo right here, engulfing this one, and I think this one also. 675.47, 676. So yes, you're engulfing the past 3 candles of price action with the bearish engulfing here, and any move into like $665 is going to be resistance, and you likely will end up coming down from there to somewhere around like $630 to $620. It's okie dokie. Let's see if the RSI can confirm with this short idea. If Bitcoin would just hurry up and break down already, that'd be great. 2-day, let's zoom in. Divergence here. No, you're very close to the bullish control zone. That's at $680. Neutral zone's at $600. Lines up with that 620 to 600 zone. Plus, you got a very strong candle close on this last 2-day candle. Makes sense to get a little bit of a pullback and take out the late longs. What's in here? Daily is in the bullish control zone. Bullish control zone sitting at 629. 4 hour, let me zoom in here. Higher high, no divergence. $617 is going to be the neutral zone, very close to a local top. This will put in a local top, but then you close below 650, 654, $650. That gives you a move into about 600 to 620. 2-day or 2 hours target 615 for the neutral zone. Let's look at momentum. Stop fucking bouncing. me see. I'm blind. Where's Meta? Oh, it's here. All right, 2 days currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 561.50. Daily is also currently up, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 625. Come on. 8 hours also up, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 625. Also with that silver cross, 8 hour, 12 hour, and the daily are very close to silver crossing. And 4 hours currently up, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over $646. Go down. I believe this won't be flipped down. And 2 hour is now flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 675. So the more actionable trade in this region here would be a shorting as close to $665 to $670 as possible, with this current high as your stop at around $678. And from there, you're going to be targeting somewhere around $620 to $600, and then around that $600 to $620 area, I would flip long and put this as your stop at around $577, and then I'd be aiming for $700 from there. So yeah, you got it on both ends for pretty good risk to reward in your favor.
Damn, you got it on both ends. That's crazy.
You got to hit them on both ends, top G and bottom G.
All right, U.S. oil for a trade. Meta, bastante, no es bastante sencillo, pero es bastante sencillo. La semanal le quita muchísimo ruido a todo, ¿no? Y puedes ver que normalmente cuando venimos a pelear con esta zona, estamos por debajo. Esta vez tuviste un cierre por arriba, pero esto básicamente podría ser el primer SFP, lo que le daría más fuerza a esta para después poder hacer esto. ¿Qué quiere decir entonces? Te voy a llevar a la diaria y en la diaria decirte, tienes acá un corto de aquí, donde estás, o intentar agarrarlo más arriba si se puede, con una invalidación acá en los 677, y tu primera zona de TP son los 620, que es donde está tu promedio del 9 diario, más o menos. Y tu segunda zona de TP sería básicamente acá, donde tienes al promedio del 21 en los 603. Y de acá lo que harías es, si llegas a los 603, meterte en long y invalidarlo con esta vela. Una vez que te metas en long acá, lo que estarías buscando es llevarte este máximo de acá. Entonces aquí tienes básicamente un trade para cada lado. Y este tipo de gráficos son una mamada, ¿no? Porque tienes un alto más bajo, pero tienes un bajo más alto. Básicamente lo que estás viendo acá. La semanal es la que mejor lo pone y lo mejor lo ilustra. Es simplemente estás tradeando en este rango y esto va a acabar por ahí de noviembre, diciembre. Entonces vas a tener más probabilidades ya pronto de tener un movimiento fuerte. La otra cosa que también tienes a tu favor para un movimiento fuerte una vez que regrese aquí abajo es todos los promedios están aquí. Cuando regreses van a dejar de jalar los promedios y todos van a quedar amontonados aquí. Y eso le va a dar mucha más fuerza al rebote, a la alza. Y eso te debería llevar, según yo, y también Farhan, a mínimo a llevarte estos máximos de acá de 688 a probablemente los 750. Entonces sería un buen trade de los dos lados en meta, para que lo tengan presente en la mente potente. Vamos con la que sigue, que es Tesla. Para un trade.
Nice. Yeah, Tesla's not looking too hot. We even banged out another short actually Friday, based on the loss of 415. I still put a lot of weight on 415 and the fact that the daily SMA 200 is now lost. Now, let's see if we can actually identify another trade here, because that's what we were looking for. A move. I don't even think that's relevant. Let's just delete this. Clean up our chart just a little bit here. And it was pretty nice because we had a straight TP here, and then we went up. Didn't really short up until now. So we are green on this short. And what am I looking for? Well, Tesla is putting in a massive sell trigger, and you are actually putting Well, you're flipping all the moving averages down and in a cluster. Here you even have, well, let me show you the 9 crossing the 21 and the 50. Wow, brain fart. What is this? The 21, my goodness, it is Monday though. 21 crossing under the 55. So you actually have a sneaky silver cross here. So we don't need to guess what's a good trade. Let's just play the silver cross down. For me, it's very easy now. We're just going to wait for that lower low break here. You need to start taking out July 9th's low. Take July 9th's low out. You will probably see Tesla capitulate down to 380s, in my opinion. That most likely does give some kind of relief and bounce. I would look for some lower high right into 400 to 403. If you are on ETA, we'll actually post a short trade by tonight. It's very simple. You're just going to have your stop loss at 413 now. And really, I mean, you're now looking for follow through down. So that seems like a very easy trade for me. And like what we've been identifying, you're actually in these like pattern consolidation channels here, which is interesting. We'll have to see if lower time frame volatility is giving us a setup, because maybe it is. But what we do see is we are in a breakdown. And let me actually draw it a little better here. Remember, we're not holding a lot of weight, but rather this is just a channel. This has been in a channel in a range. The range has been 390 all the way up to 415. So really, as long as you are breaking under $400, you're going to be more likely than to break down. The target is 371. And once you actually lose these lows, you're going to break down to 300 quite aggressively. So in my opinion, Tesla's looking extremely weak, and it has been looking weak for multiple weeks now. Even last week, it never even shifted bullish. You could not get back above 415. That is why 415 is our red line. And here's the volatility contraction, not on a lower time frame, but on the weekly. You're getting a pretty epic weekly volatility setup of what is that? One session of extreme low read now of no volatility. So that's telling you instantly that this isn't a sell trigger, or at least more bearish. And then what you notice here is you're actually potentially this week going to close under that 34 again. That's a sell trigger. So that is confluence of our $400 short idea. And once you get the weekly candle closure, you can actually have your stop loss, instead of it being at 413, like I mentioned on the daily, it can actually be shifted to this week's candle high. So that could mean if you start shorting today with me on ETA, we start scaling our shorts around 400. Remember, we're going to have our stop loss based around 413. That means on weekly candle closure, we actually can shift the stop loss to around 405. So even the risk to reward could be a little tighter here. You have confluence of the TP short around 360. Now, that is all I see really on Tesla. I do think it's in breakdown. Not really looking to short it right now and really catch a falling knife. But rather, I'm just going to wait for the daily close, play what I know. Silver cross is very sneakily happening here. And any move up to that 400 to 403 is a short. Stop loss at 413. You're going to target 380, 380s to like 370s. Any closure under 372 will mean you're actually going to re-short and start shorting down to 300s. On the monthly, really fast, let's just see the perspective of 415. And you can just see that $415 on Tesla has been, well, a major spot. This has been just the area where once rejection occurs, there's nothing stopping Tesla from going down to 200s. Look at the last rejection here, came all the way down to 200s. Even this last one, I mean, this brought us all the way down to $340 from an all-time high on Tesla. So you didn't go all the way down to 200, but you still went very low. And that's why I'm putting a lot of weight on this 370s region. You start losing that, I do think Tesla could easily retest the 200s. So that's why this daily short setup is brewing tonight. Watch your daily sell trigger, pay attention to the silver cross, and really watch that daily SMA 200. It lined up near 415 really does mean that 415 now is a pretty major spot for us moving forward. So but that makes sense. And if you're on ETA, I will post this short tonight.
Thank you, senor. Perfecto. Oracle for a trade, please.
All right, sweet.
You know, Oracle's like destroyed.
I'm excited to see, actually.
Yeah. Mi tabla de Tesla que está hecho un asco. Pueden ver que estábamos, el promedio del 200, este SMA 200 viene por acá. Rechazo, lo retomaste para arriba, pum, pum, rechazo y vienes otra vez para abajo. La cosa es, en la diaria, en Tesla, mámense esto. Todos, absolutamente todos tus promedios están ahí. Tú acá en ETA dijiste, entraste en 4.15, en 4.16 al corto. Tu primer objetivo, primera zona de fricción van a ser los 377, 380, más o menos por acá. Si quieres llevártelo a casa, ¿no? Que Alex pone, dice 371, que es más o menos por esta línea. Y ahora esto, si te llegas a llevar este mínimo, vas a caer mucho más. Debería llevarte al siguiente nivel en los 330. Primero te la va a armar de pedo con este mínimo para pretender que no va a caer más, pero es lo primero que haría. A mí lo que me da más, ¿cómo se dice? Confluencia, que esto sí va a ir para abajo, es todos los promedios y bajo el SMA 200. Esto con alto, bajo más bajo, es un alto más bajo que este, con un alto más bajo acá. La idea sería simplemente el retesteo de los promedios. Si quieres entrar en otro corto, que es lo que va a poner Alex, es el retesteo de los promedios. Acá es donde quieres entrar otra vez y usar este máximo como invalidación. Tesla no le está dejando fácil, para nada. Para nada. Para nadie, honestamente. Porque continúa subiendo a precios buenos y no está cayendo tampoco a precios ridículos. Está aguantando más o menos esta zona entre 400 y perder los 400. Después del máximo histórico, ¿cuándo vergas vendí esto? No mames, desde octubre del 2025 ha pasado casi un año. Por eso no lo he tocado, ¿no? Y es por eso que les dije, no me interesa para nada en este ciclo esto. Porque hasta que no saquen los pinches robots y todas estas mamadas, no tiene sentido que esto se vaya al cielo. Ahora no estoy diciendo que se va a caer, pero pues no hay nada en Tesla que me diga que va a alcanzar, sí, básicamente en diciembre va a cumplir un año de no hacer nuevos máximos. Y es normalmente lo que pasa, ¿no? Tocó acá en diciembre del 2024, un año después. Tendrías que esperar a ver si diciembre del 2026 hace lo mismo. Tomó un año en hacer este máximo, pero volteándolo a ver en el pasado, este máximo lo hizo en noviembre del 2021, ¿no? Ponte tú, de este ciclo de 4 años, diciembre del 2025, y no volví a hacer un nuevo máximo hasta el 24, 3 años después. 3 años después sería el 2028. Diciembre del 2000. Verga. ¿Quién sabe? Lo que sí tiene cara y lo que hemos visto es, después de haber perdido el SMA 200 acá en la semanal y después con más fuerza retomarlo y no volver a venir a retestearlo, el promedio del 100 fue lo que no tocaste acá, apenas si lo tocaste. Para mí lo que me va a decir que esto se va a ir a la mega chingada, no mega chingada, pero a esta zona de los 280, 269, es perder el promedio del 100 semanal en los 350. Si te llegas a llevar los 350, aquí va a haber muchas oportunidades de corto, como la que dijo Alex también, que coincide con el 300, el promedio del 34 semanal en los $400. Vas a tener chance, una vez que rompas y vengas para acá abajo y toques o no toques el promedio del 100, el retesteo del breakdown de acá va a ser tu otra oportunidad de corto. Y luego la zona de los 370 va a ser tu otra oportunidad de corto, junto con el promedio del 100, que probablemente esté por ahí. Está ya a $12. Entonces, por ahora, en el corto en el que está, se ve muy bien. Zona de take profit sería, si la quieres llevar leve, 377. Ajá, 378. Más agresivo, 370 o 71. Mucho más agresivo aquí abajo. Pero no creo que te vaya a llevar de un golpe ahorita ahí. Vamos a ver rápido. Sí, no tienes volatilidad expandiendo. Lo que sí tienes es en la semanal, tienes volatilidad justamente hasta abajo, esperando. Así que por eso el tío Salo no tocó Tesla esta vez. Perdón, es que hay veces que lo técnico sí tiene cara de que se ve alcista, pero cuando me vende Elon Musk él mismo, compra Tesla, vale la pena holdearla. Es de Nel, güey, no mames, Elon. Y lo mismo le aplicó a los pendejos de SpaceX, ¿no? Que ayer también todo el mundo andaba de, güey, ayer, o qué fue, el fin de semana les dijo que SpaceX iba a valer más que todo el planeta Tierra. No sé cómo explicarte, tío, lo pendejo que es eso. Por ahorita. Y ahora, quieren hacer un corto. Alguien acá pidió, güey, puedes darme un trade en Operación Triunfo. Noticias Telemundo, confíe. Perdón, estaba viendo el Mundial en Telemundo y me está partiendo las madres. ¡El Señor de los Cielos regresa! ¡O a su última temporada! ¡Explosivo! Perdón, de nuevo, tengo que salirme de eso. ¿Dónde está tu oportunidad de hacer un trade en SpaceX? Yo creo que entraría en un corto. Es imposible agarrar un long y saber dónde lo estás agarrando bien, tío. Porque como este puede ser el fondo, este puede ser el fondo, este puede ser el fondo, este puede ser el fondo. Lo más fácil y lo más seguro es simplemente esperarte a esta zona de breakdown, que es donde están los 149, 150. Y estoy seguro que el promedio del 9 va a coincidir en la diaria con esto una vez que llegues, y acá simplemente vas a usar los 153 como invalidación para tu corto en SpaceX. Pero sí va para abajo muy duro el buen SpaceX. Oye, pero va a valer más que el planeta Tierra entero, Alejandro. ¿Qué estás haciendo? Me voy a esperar. Vamos a ver US Oil. Oye, sí, compra Tesla y holdea, lo va a valer la pena, como dice Elon, porque él no tiene nada que ganar. En fin. Y cada que hacen a Elon Musk el hombre más rico y todo el mundo habla de él, normalmente sus empresas se van a la verga. Okay, sir, we're ready for US Oil on a trade, por favor.
Let's go to US Oil. Today. Is this loaded? Where's all of the stuff?
Kill the music on the background, please, because that shit is going to get us like the video
Okay.
taken down.
Let me mute this. One sec, I gotta go turn it off. She can't hear me.
Thank you. Bueno, lo que viene, Farhan les voy a dar todos los anuncios. Noticias Telemundo, confíe. El Señor de los Cielos en su última temporada explosiva. Solo en Telemundo. Se me, güey, eso de Noticias Telemundo, confía. Vayan a chingar a su putísima madre. No lo puedo creer. No lo puedo creer. No lo puedo creer. ¿Y cuál era la otra? El otro. Operación Triunfo. David Bisbal y Ana Bárbara. No, es. Cuando fui al estadio le dije todos estos comerciales a mi mujer y me quería romper los huevos. En fin, Farhan está de vuelta. Thank you, sir. Sorry, the only thing we can't do is music or sex.
Well, the first one will probably, the music will probably get us shut down faster than the sex will.
Oh, yeah, because there's more money in the music business for those fucking people that own the entire music industry, who shall remain nameless in their little caps. Anyways, go on.
I'm not going to say what type of doctor it was.
Sorry, go on.
Alrighty. There we go. Where's my special fancy indicator? I guess it doesn't work on oil. And so then I guess for this one, I'll put the HPDR back on. Here we go. All right, so we got that move up into the top 38.2% after price action moved back into the 38.2%, and now that level is sitting at around $75.85. Momentum is currently flipped up. You're putting in some possibility of hitting bearish divergence, although it's not looking a little unlikely as of now because you do need to get a close below $70 to confirm it, $70.70. And as of now, you are closer than that to putting in a local bottom here, and this will confirm with any close over $76.08. That will also get you a close over the 38.2%, and that brings you into the 78.6, which currently is sitting right around $80. And let me just, I know this is a trade, but let me go into the higher time frames for a second, because I remember that 2-week was very close to putting in. Yeah, 2-week has that hidden bullish divergence. I believe weekly also has hidden bullish divergence. Weekly will confirm. Did it confirm here? This is 671.60, and this is 71.50. So almost confirmed it on this candle here, but on this one, you only need to get a close back over this candle's high, which is around that 71.50. I mean, the close, which is 71.50. Once you confirm that, you'll have weekly hidden bullish divergence, which will then bleed into the 2-week hidden bullish divergence. And I believe monthly didn't have it, but weekly and 2-week do have that hidden bullish divergence. And the weekly one on confirmation, it gives you a target into somewhere around $85. And then the 2-week hidden bullish divergence will be confirmed with any close back over $78, and then that gives you a move into the 90s. Let's go back into the 2-day here, and 2-day is about to get that closer for though, getting close to that 38.2%. And the 2-day jewel is giving you a buy signal, and it's doing it in the critical zone too. Very, very significant to see that in the critical zone, because it usually doesn't like to come down to the critical zone. Even on these major bottoms, it didn't come into the critical zone. The last time it went to the critical zone, I believe, was around COVID. Right over here, actually in November of 23, you went just slightly into the edge of the critical zone, but not as deep as you did now. Last time you went that deep into the critical zone, I'm pretty sure it was COVID. Yep, COVID. I wasn't wrong. I thought I might have been, but this time I was correct. Okie dokie. All right, now let's go into the daily. Daily is now back over the 200 SMA, very close to putting in a local bottom here. This will confirm with any close over $73, and that brings you into $80 to $82, which is would be your 100 EMA. And look here. 4-hour also currently flipped up, although it's getting quite extreme here. Volatility is a little extreme, and you're getting into the 95% range. Just want to see where this closes. I want to see this close over $75.08, and then you should see that move into somewhere around $79 to $80. Although might see a little bit of a pullback first. Not really married to that idea just yet, or not. Let's go into the RSI. Okay. Two days got hidden bullish divergence on oil. This is going to be multiple drives. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $68.08. And your next target on that divergence is going to be the edge of the bearish control zone. That is at $82. Beautiful. Daily is also putting in bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 73.16. And then from there, if you do get a test into this 200 SMA, that will be a perfect entry right around $74. Your stop is going to be this wick low. That is going to be a risk of about 4.8% against you, versus the $82 area is the 11% in your favor. That's almost 3-to-1 there. And then if you were to go up to 90, which would be the target of your 2-week bullish divergence, that's on 20+% in your favor. Pretty awesome. Let's go a little lower. 4 hours also putting in another drive of hidden bullish divergence. We'll confirm with any close over 74.72. Then that gives you a move into around $86. Okie dokie. Look at this. All right. This is 62. All right. Close this real quick. Wonderful. Okie doke. I had a little short running there that I just wanted to close real quick. All right, 2-day on oil is now flipped up. You are taking out all of these previous lows, giving you hidden bullish divergence between these 2 points, and you are going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about $69. Nice number. Daily is also flipped up as long as you're closing over $67.86, and you're entering into the bullish control zone now. 12 hours also about to freshly flip up as long as you close over $74.10, and this will be maintaining the bullish control zone. And 4 hours flipped up as long as you're closing over $71.41, with volatility about to give you a double extreme. So basically the idea right now is wait for that daily close over the 200 SMA. That is going to put in multiple drives of bullish divergences and hidden bullish divergences, and then you're going to be waiting for or targeting any retest of the 200 around $74, $74.50. That would be your entry, and then your stop is going to be at this daily wick low. That puts you at around 4.5% against you, versus your first TP is going to be around $82 at this 100 EMA, which is around 11%, and then your next one's going to be the TP actually would be the first one 85. I just want to front run it at 100 because the weekly bullish divergence would target 85. I'm just front running it a little bit because you do have resistance at this daily 100 EMA. So and the next level is going to be at the 2-week bullish divergence target, which is going to be around 92. But let's front run it a little bit and put it at $90, and that would be like 21% in your favor, and versus 4.5% against you. Ideally, you want to, very likely will get that retest of the 200 SMA. Just depends how much you want your risk tolerance is. If you want to wait for that retest, or if you want a worse entry, that's up to you personally. But the stop would stay the same at that previous daily wick low, and then that weekly bullish divergence will be confirmed with any close back over around $71.50, and then that'll take you up to somewhere around 85. But I want to front run that at 82.
Very nice. Very clear. Whirlpool. Yeah, Whirlpool would be next. Company that I haven't heard of in a while. And it's doing worse than in 2009.
Whirlpool.
WHR.
The machine that makes the washer machines?
That's right. How can it be doing worse than 2008?
I guess nobody's washing their clothes anymore.
You fucking pigs, motherfucking dirty bastards. I knew it. I knew it. Your mom is going to be very disappointed.
Hey, my mom isn't here to throw my shit in the washing machine anymore.
Ah. Alrighty. Thank you. Ok. US Oil, damas y caballeros. Habíamos tenido acción dramática en el petróleo. Lo pueden ver por acá en nuestro gráfico, donde habíamos perdido el S&P 200, y por supuesto que el petróleo tiene que jugar esta gran gatada y perderlo por un chingo y después decir, no, güey, ¿sabes qué? Olvídalo, carnal, olvídalo. Espérame, ¿qué pasó en este momento? Olvídalo, carnal, olvida esta caída. ¿Y ahora qué es lo que tenemos? Pues en la diaria, divergencias alcistas, por supuesto, porque tenías este mínimo como el mínimo más mínimo de todos en el RSI. No. Sí, aquí. Y ahora tienes esto, y esto confirma simplemente con cualquier cierre por encima de básicamente $71.70. Nada mal. Nada mal, damas y caballeros. Y aquí también, porque esto es más bajo. No, eso no tiene nada que ver. Nada que ver. Ok. Bien. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Habíamos estado peleando con el promedio del 200, donde habíamos venido a caer, y ahora, no, en realidad no. Iba a decir que todos los promedios estaban juntando exquisitamente, pero todavía no, lo que me dice que por acá vamos a tener algo de consolidación en lo que se aguantan todos y probablemente despegar o caer. Pero por ahorita lo que estás viendo favorece a la alza porque estás a punto de llevarte sobre todo este máximo de acá en la semanal, el de los $76. Una vez que lo hagas, claramente estás confirmando que esta es una tendencia en continuación alcista. Por ahora en la diaria estás haciendo mínimos más altos. Tenías el bajo acá, siguiente bajo, y ahora lo único que te falta es llevarte este máximo para confirmar ahorita que vas para arriba. Pero, ¿qué es lo que vas a querer hacer? No quieres entrar en este long ahorita mismo, Nel. Lo que quieres hacer es esperar a tener este cierre por encima del promedio del 200 y cualquier retesteo del promedio del 200 que está en $74 es donde quieres entrar e invalidarlo con justamente este mínimo acá en los 70,80 centavos. De ahí, ¿cuál sería tu objetivo? Tu objetivo debería ser más o menos los 84, 85, pero tienes el promedio del 100 por estos 82.60. Entonces, lo que vas a querer hacer es, antes de venir a tocarlo, porque probablemente no lo va a tocar, adelantarte un poco y decir, güey, yo me salgo en los 82, cabrón. Yo me salgo en los 82, ahí, o 81.99, ahí te quedan todos, pum, te deshaces de tu posición, viene a retestear, probablemente el 34. Yo diría que el 21 antes, porque aquí ya está retesteando el promedio del 9, entonces lo siguiente debería ser esto, promedio del 21, luego el 34 y luego el 100, si es que va a continuar la tendencia alcista. Ya me veo algo. Espérame. Ah. Sí, momentum apuntando para arriba en el MACD. Por ahora, por encima del S&P 200 es alcista. Sí, tal cual. Tal cual, damas y caballeros. Ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver rápido en la semanal. En la semanal también está recuperando ese promedio del S&P 200 y eso te explicaría exactamente, te daría exactamente el mismo tipo de rango. Y además de que está recuperando el 200, está recuperando el 100 y simplemente esto habría sido un SFP y después de un SFP a la baja tan potente como el que acabas de presenciar que te debería de dar un movimiento bastante agresivo a la alza. Interesante. Interesante. Noticias Telemundo, confíe. Entonces, no confíen. Y luego me pregunto, ¿no? ¿Por qué no me dejan a hacer voces en televisión? Soy tan simpático y tengo la voz muy chistosa. Pues no te van a dejar, Alejandro. Sigues con tus mamadas. Cualquier retesteo del promedio del 200 es lo que vas a usar y tu invalidación, una vez más, va a ser esta vela para decir, me voy, gracias, el petróleo está haciendo sus mamadas. Así que por ahora el petróleo, como pueden ver, parece haber pintado un fondillo local. Tiene un fondo acá también localón en la diaria. Ahora va a buscar llevarse este máximo. Una vez que lo haga, estás confirmando que vas a reventar a la alza, pero no quieres entrar hasta acá. Quieres aguantarte tantito y el retesteo del 200 después del cierre diario. Porque si hoy ahorita esto se da la vuelta y hace esto, hiciste un alto más bajo y simplemente te vio la cara de pendejo. Entonces, paciencia es como se gana en este juego. Vamos a ver la de Alex, que era Oracle, por supuesto.
Nice. Yeah. Let's see here. Wow, down only. Really has just been down only
Crazy.
50. Yeah. Now
The
we're in
only
that.
worst downtrend that it's ever had, it's the dot-com bubble. Like, how is that even possible?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think so. Let me connect to my hotspot. Oh, funky.
Yeah. Wow, new low. Holy shitballs. Weekly RSI, possibility of bullish divergence.
They're putting their stock price in half staff in honor of Lindsey Graham.
All right, cool. And we're back and we're black and we're ready to go. So yeah, Circle's really just been down only, really. Wow. It's been insane. We were looking actually last time for an investment spot for Circle, and it seems like we are approaching that spot now. But yeah, I mean, really, after last month's massive bearish engulfing, it does seem like it just has a clear target down to that 118. But I do believe we should put some weight on that 126 to 130 spot. Now let's see if we're actually getting into a trade zone here. Okay. So far, nothing. Yeah, wow, no. Very weak, especially losing that weekly S&P 200. That was the big spot we wanted to see hold. Let's see here. You haven't really got expansion away from SMA 200 on the weekly. like we just quickly deviated. This would be the best example of the expansion. 1 week loss, 1 week down, and then reclaim. I can say whenever we lose the weekly SMA 200 and reclaim it, that is a pretty good trade for Oracle. But you can really see, I mean, look at what happened in 01. When you lost the weekly SMA 200, you retested it. And that's really what brought price down bigly. I mean, losing the weekly SMA 200 really caused price to come down 58%. So yeah, very weak overall. Let's just see now, because now we know the macros overall are just terrible. That was already evident, but just to kind of see the specific level, which is that weekly SMA 200 loss, it's very, very weak. Come on, anytime not trading. Yeah, good lord. So laggy. There we go. Okay. So for me on Oracle, I would be watching for a 2-day EMA9 retest. You can notice here that the 2-day 5 has been dragging price down for quite a while now. So logically, you should be looking at the 2-day EMA9, and with the silver cross, that is the logical spot to be looking to short. It just becomes a little more tricky because that would take out the last major lower high. But I do believe in doing that, you would take out many shorts. Shorts have had a pretty easy ride all the way down, and we're almost at 132, 127 support zone. You've seen some pretty big bounces off this 130 region before. For example, here was the low around 134 before we had an epic bounce to 189 and even more. I mean, we've seen this squeeze all the way up back to around 240 before dumping. So this can absolutely squeeze bigly from here. For me, I would just trade what you know. Let's watch the 2-day silver cross. Let's really pay attention to 151. That should act as major resistance. And if you do squeeze past the 2-day 9, most likely I'll go back to around 170s where that does retest and reject. I would be looking for something like this. 2-day EMA9 retest. Once you lose 130s to 127 is rejection down to 80. So you literally could just wait for a trade, lose 127, takes you to 80. But here, at least you get kind of an extremity high short. Unless you reclaim this 2-day 9, then I would be looking for a little higher around 170s and then rejecting. You can see you haven't really retested that zone. It's actually similar to what happened in January, where you lost it, you came down to the 130s, and that move actually took you all the way back up to that 169 spot before rejecting back down. So there's a very good options, but every short here leads to just, lower, but it needs patience. So I wouldn't be shorting here. You're in lower low break. I would not be longing this. Where's your stop loss placement? And if you do end up shorting the 2-day 9, you could have your stop loss at 166. And if you don't, and you rather short that 174 region, you can have your stop loss all the way up right to that 190. Now I know high stop loss placements, but remember the TP's at $80. And let's say if I'm wrong and we don't bounce at all here, we actually just swiftly reject and go to 127. I would then be looking to short 127 to 132, and my stop loss is at 150. So you have options: 2-day 9, 174, or the loss of 127. I don't see any long here though. Until we at minimum go down to like $100. So be fully patient if you're looking to long Oracle. It's not really holding my spot quite yet. And really the big bounce zone for me was the monthly EMA 100. So that has been the spot that's been holding. That's the spot I want to see actually get tested. We can see it got tested one time in 2020, and that's what led the major move up. So I want to see that get tested, but still that means even if we lose 127, do end up taking that short, you still have, this still has about almost 9%. So bears have options. I would not short this once you hit the monthly 100, and that's at like 113 to 100. So I would just be watching that very carefully. We're very close to some kind of a bottom, but at 134 Oracle, I would be pretty cautious of this either bouncing for a short or rejecting going straight to 115 region. But yeah, not really hard to see a long here, especially if you're trying to long it up.
crazy oracles like down in the shit like this. Makes no sense. But hey, fuck them. I'm just kidding, everyone. Thank you, Alex. Mucho apreciado. And then Farhan's doing Whirlpool for investing. So I'll do Oracle real quick. Uno, esta caída de Oracle es la más grande en su historia desde el .com, esta de acá, que literalmente le tomó 14 años para recuperar. En realidad no. Casi 20 años para recuperar. Eso fue una caída de 80 y tantos %. Ahorita estás en 60 y tantos %. Yo por eso no invierto en estas mamás. No entiendo las empresas, pero no sé, no es lo mío. No voy a meter las manos donde no entiendo. Yo tenía esto así. Esta es la primera y esta había sido la segunda. Y ahorita te estás llevando la segunda. Ahora, con eso dicho, tengo que enseñarles algo que estaba notando. Uno, el RSI en el 2022, cuando tocó fondo, estaba en este punto igual, estaba un poco más arriba. Entonces, ahorita en el RSI estás más sobrevendido en la trimestral. Voy a ponerlo en la mensual. En la mensual, ¿cuándo fue la última vez que estuviste ahí abajo? En el 2022 también, pero en el 2022 todavía estabas más abajo, por supuesto. Pero muy pocas veces llegas a este nivel en Oracle, en el RSI. La de 2 semanas que tengo. Acá tengo una posibilidad de divergencia alcista porque tengo un bajo más bajo que acá y acá tengo un bajo más alto. Pero esto solamente es una posibilidad y faltan 4 días y 5 para cerrar y tienes que cerrar y tienes que subir por encima de los $150 y ahorita estás en 134. En la semanal también tienes una posibilidad de divergencia alcista porque este mínimo es más bajo aquí arriba, es un bajo más bajo y acá es un bajo más alto en el RSI, también en el MACD sería un bajo más alto. Ese es el hopium para la gente que está comprando Oracle y está holdeando Oracle. ¿Cómo lo ve Alex para un trade? Sencillo, pueden ver el promedio del 100 que viene aquí abajo y lo has tocado literalmente en el 2020 y antes del 2020 fue acá en el 2008 que fue una buena caída. Sería básicamente un objetivo a estos 115. ¿Qué es lo que él dice? Te vas a meter en tu vista de 2 días y en tu vista de 2 días lo que vas a hacer es esperar a ver si hay un rebote al promedio del 9 porque tienes un cruce plateado a la baja justamente acá. No has tenido un solo toque del promedio del 9 desde entonces. El promedio del 9 está en los 150. Ahora, ojo, un cierre por encima de esto confirmaría tu divergencia alcista semanal en Oracle y eso te diría que probablemente ya viste el fondo. Ahora, este promedio del 9 va a continuar bajando también, tienes que tenerlo en mente. Y el solo tocarlo no hace nada. Tienes que cerrar por encima de este nivel en la semanal, para poder decir que ya chingaste. Si no, vas a continuar cayendo. Cualquier toque del promedio del 9 es lo que le quieres hacer corto y simplemente usar. Para cuando probablemente lo toques, vas a estar aquí, abajo de este. Y lo que vas a usar como invalidación es el tope de esta vela, que es 149.07 como invalidación si es que lo toca. Pero, qué revolcada de pinche Oracle, güey. ¿Qué pedo? La gente que está invirtiendo en esto, ¿por qué está cayendo tanto? Aunque, tengo que decirlo, la gente que está invirtiendo en esto cayó en la pendejada de que, pues, como compraron TikTok, iba a subir más después de malos resultados, etcétera. Pero, pues, sí, en mi opinión, si tienes paciencia, estás invirtiendo a largo plazo, Oracle es una muy buena compra, no va a desaparecer jamás, es parte del gobierno de Estados Unidos, lo pueden ver en todas las juntas que tiene Larry Ellison con todo el gobierno, el presidente Trump y todo esto de inteligencia artificial, es también otra de esas armas que usa el gobierno de Estados Unidos, pero, güey, qué putazo se está dando para abajo. Ahí lo tienen, Oracle, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver Whirlpool, que también, esta no entiendo, es la que hace tu lavadora favorita, hermanos, y tu lavadora favorita aparentemente está peor que en el 2008.
Alrighty, Whirlpool. This is for investment?
This is for investing in this company for some reason.
Alrighty, wonderful. We'll find out why they would like to invest in this.
Will we?
Maybe we will. I hear the Argentinian peso has hit a new all-time low.
That's good for them, though,
Oh.
because that means when they get paid in dollars, they get more pesos. The problem is when they're, you know, like the Colombian guys were saying that their Colombian peso was getting strong against the dollar. That's the problem, because they earn, most of those people earn in dollars. So when it goes up, they're making less.
I'm not going to let facts interrupt my break.
Good.
All right. Let's see which one we've got data for. Start with the quarterly. So quarterly has now given us close below that red band here, and momentum is pointed very heavily to the downside. Let's see how long this thing likes to stay. It does like to go to the 100%, as we saw on this major bottom here, and we have not gotten to 100% just yet. And that blue box currently sits at negative. Never mind. Probably somewhere around this $15 zone. We did front run it over here. Let's see if this what HPDR levels this lines up with. Right around into the 100%. That would be into that $15 to $30-ish area. Let me put this away for now and go into the monthly. Monthly is also getting really close to the 100%, getting very extreme. Let's see if we're also at 97.7% here as well. No possibility of bullish divergence, though. 2 weeks close to a local bottom. Momentum is now starting to flip back up on the 2 week with volatility and contraction. You're getting a fresh sell signal in the bearish control zone, however, pink below yellow. This will confirm a local bottom with any close over $40.90, and then that should give you a move into somewhere around the 5 or the 9, which is right now around $46, anywhere between there and $53 for the bottom 38.2%. I do think probably since how punished this thing is, it might actually get that move into the 38.2%, around like $53. Weekly is also currently still flipped up. Anything else here? Weekly almost put in a bullish engulfing dildo. This high is at 40.90 and this close is at 40.72. So it came 18 cents away from putting a bullish engulfing dildo, but it did close back over the 5. So I do think from here you will at least test somewhere around $41. I'm not seeing much in terms of like long-term investment though. Rejection of 38.2%, but you did close back over the 5, so likely bull test 38.2 from here, put you around that $43 area. Today also reclaimed 9, and you have also closed over the 38.2%, and you close over the 78.6. So we're just looking for a retest of this 9 and 78.6 around like $39, $39.50. And if you're holding this on a closing basis, then you should see a movement to like 43 next. And you got a bullish cross here with the pink crossing above the yellow in the bearish control zone. Daily also is rejecting 38.2%. Likely we'll see a move to the bottom 38.2% from here, or puts you around that same low to mid $39 area. I wouldn't feel comfortable investing in this long term from here. Maybe for a short term bounce, but nothing long term. The only thing that would make me feel comfortable to get into this long term is if you get a weekly close back over $45.18. And that would just take you back upwards like $60. The only like what'll really turn this into busting action back on is if you can get a weekly close back over like 58.80. Four-hour now flipping down, putting in some hidden bearish divergence. Did confirm on this last close. Lucky is going to test somewhere around that low to mid $39 region from here. Let's check the RSI. You're in the bearish control zone. Simple moving average is sitting at $54. And where's the critical zone? Critical zone is at 80. No, it's at $11. hidden bearish divergence still active as long as you're closing below $80, and critical zone currently says is impossible, and the bearish control zone is sitting at $44, right around that $43 zone. Nothing. $45 for the bearish control zone, around $43. 5 days got active bullish divergence. I believe you hit the easy target. You did basically kind of hit the edge of the bearish control zone here. You have support at the simple moving average sitting at $33. 3 days also got bullish divergence. You hit the easy target. The next target would be about $41 for the neutral zone. Daily's also got bullish divergence. Bullish control zone's at $40. Neutral zone's at 36. And 4 hours also got bearish divergence. From here, you're likely going to target like $37. Flip down as long as you're closing below 51. Down as long as you're closing below 43.50. Down as long as you're closing below 37.71. So this is close to flipping back up, also close to putting in a local bottom. Weekly also currently flipped up as long as you're closing over 39.57. 5-day also flipped up as long as you're closing over 37.57. 2-day flipped up as long as you're closing over 37.82, putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence. Daily is flipped up as long as you're closing over 37.32. And 4 hour is currently also flipped up as long as you're closing over 38.25. And 2 hours now flipped down, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 41.35. This is what brings you down into that 39-ish, low to mid $39 region, which also brings you into the 2-hour silver cross. Let's go back up to the high time frames for a second. So there is some slight possibility here that you could possibly get an inkling of a hope of a reversal from this point. That shows up with the 2-week and the weekly putting in possible local bottom, but this is not going to be anywhere near a reversal point as long as you are closing weeklies below at a minimum like $58, like $60, let's say 59 something. So at a minimum, as long as you're closing weeklies below $60, I wouldn't feel comfortable investing into this at long term. But I do think from here you will see a little bit of a move up with weekly and 2-week putting in that local possible local bottom. And from the low time frames, it does look like you will test somewhere around that 43-ish to $45 region. Once you get to that region, it'll be more possible for the weekly and 2-week to put in that local bottom, and then there'll be another step in the process, and another gear in the machine, if you want to say, and that'll bring you up to possibly taking out this area. But right now, I wouldn't feel comfortable investing in this long term. I would just be more along the idea of buying for quick short-term mean reversion for somewhere around like $39.20 to $39.50, and I'd be targeting around $43, which is, I believe, more than 10%. And from there, if you can start putting in the weekly and 2-week local bottom, then I'd be more comfortable holding on to that for a more of a long-term position. And that would be as long as you are currently staying above, what is this low here, at $36. Once you take $36 out, that whole idea has gone out the window.
So basically, don't invest in it. Like, get the fuck out of
Yeah.
here. Get the fuck out of here. Bitcoin is coming and losing $62,000. All right, boys, you're done. Is there anything you'd like to say before you go?
Not for me. Let's just see. Well, actually, for me, let's say what happens with Bitcoin around that $60,000, $59,000 region, and then maybe we just dump it from there. Inshallah, we dump it from there for my short, or maybe we bounce in, and then we do that lower move towards the end of the year. Brain fart.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's Monday. I feel that. I've been brain farting all day. And same with me, really. Watch 62.2 on the Discord. We just posted a nice little kind of negates all the trading. You just click it, trade, and that's kind of what I'm running today. The bot's already in profit, along with an ETA trade. So if you kind of just want things easier, you just stick to the trading alerts and or the Discord. And yeah, I'll see you boys on next stream.
Thank you, boys. Sounds good. Have a good one.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes and hasta luego, cabrones. Coche loco out.
Adios.
Qué horror, qué horror. Bitcoin por fin perdiendo sus 62,000 dólares. Nada mal. Pregunta, ¿no? Por acá, güey, todo parece el fin del mundo, la verga, ¿no? Con lo que te están vendiendo, pero el VIX está aquí abajo, güey. Esto a mí me suena como un shake-off, ¿no? Que están sacando a todo el mundo antes de la subida. Eso es a lo que a mí me suena. Una vez más, la subida de verano a elecciones para después irnos a la verga, dependiendo en qué sector estés viendo. Lo platicamos con el S&P 500, lo platicamos con lo demás, ¿no? Normalmente cuando caes, WHR, normalmente cuando caes fuerte en algo, como en el mejor ejemplo que les tengo es Bitcoin, ¿no? Cuando todo el sector cripto cayó en octubre 10 del 2025, todo el mundo dijo, güey, ¿qué pasó? Y nadie tuvo una respuesta y no te dijeron ni te sacaron en las noticias nada más que tanta gente perdió un chingo de dinero, ¿no? Y ya. Normalmente las caídas vienen así, no con, uy, malas noticias y el precio ajusta tantito, ¿no? Es una pendejada. Whirlpool, del otro lado, una empresa completamente en la verga. Esta mamada salió a la bolsa, para que tengan una idea, en 1968. ¿No? Aquí. Potente, salida a la bolsa, justamente aquí, en $8. Desde entonces, pues, ha tenido mercados bajistas, ¿no? No puedes evitar el 2007 al 2008, por ejemplo, una caidita de 83%, ¿no? Cuando hiciste pico acá en Whirlpool en el 2015 a lo que fue la pandemia, una buena caída de 70%. Y del 2021 hasta ahora ha caído más que en el 2008. No hay nada en esta tabla, no importa dónde la estés viendo, en la de 3 meses, el RSI continúa bajando, no te está dando posibilidad de divergencia alcista. El MACD está en el punto más bajo en toda su puta historia. Lo mismo en la mensual, lo mismo con el MACD mensual. No hay como salvación, ¿no? De este pedo. No hay. Esto está en la mierda. Y si quieres cachar fondos, ¿no? Porque crees que todos los fondos están hechos igual, no te voy a detener, güey. Yo también hago cosas muy locas. Cada quien haga lo que quiera. El pedo de esto es que no se ve bien la cosa. Esto de acá, de marzo, no es tanto lo más difícil a pasar, ¿no? Para empezar, tienes que pasar este nivel de los 44 y no hacer un nuevo mínimo. Pero va a estar cabrón. Lo que puede haber ahorita es que tengas un rebote de acá, donde estás en los 39 a los 44, 43. Y ahí, puta, sácate la lotería y empieza a cerrar por encima de este nivel en los 45 y puedes decir, pues vale, güey, viene a los 59. Pero en la tabla no hay nada que te indique que ya estás cerca del fondo, aunque estés aquí. Oracle mínimo tienen esas altas temporalidades. Tus posibilidades de divergencia alcista. Posibilidades. Una posibilidad es que, güey, está puesto, si rebota el precio y va para arriba y simplemente cierra por encima de lo que marca el tope o marcó un fondo, pues ahí tienes la reversa. Pero esta mamada no tiene nada de eso. Y tienes que preguntarte, ¿cómo es que esta empresa puede estar cayendo más que en el 2008? Y la realidad es bastante sencilla de comprender, ¿no? La competencia que existe en el mundo de los electrónicos el día de hoy es gigantesca. No era como antes que solo había una empresa que podía hacer esto. Ya todo el mundo lo puede hacer. Hay cosas donde decimos, pues, güey, técnicamente analizándolo, ¿dónde debería invertir una vez que recuperes esto? La zona de los 77. Si los puedes recuperar, pues tal vez. Pero yo lo que querría ver es recuperar el promedio del 200. Porque a esta madre no le tengo nada de fe. O sea, lo perdiste en septiembre del 2022, hiciste tope en mayo del 2021. Han pasado 5 años y lo único que has hecho en 5 años es caer. 5 años. Y recuerda que, por ejemplo, esta del 2015, pasaron 5 años, 6 años, 6 años para volver a subir. Y esto fue acá. Es como ahorita, ¿no? Estamos hablando de Oracle. Oracle en el 2020, aquí, digamos que compraste el tope, ¿no? Solamente entreténganme, en agosto del 2020. Hasta julio del 2017, no en verdad, y es más, todavía caíste más por acá en diciembre del 2018. Yo pondría que en enero del 2019 es cuando valió la pena haber comprado el tope y aguantarlo. Tomó 20 años, cabrón, en que poder llegar a ese nivel. De la caída fue rápido. La caída duró 2 años. Y esto es cuando te das cuenta. Una caída tan fuerte, agresiva, que dura 2 años en una empresa que tiene futuro comparada con una empresa que no, donde ha caído por 5 años. 5 años. Y ahora, esta empresa no empezó aquí. Oracle empezó aquí atrás, en 1986. Entonces, no es como era algo nuevo, etcétera. Llevaban ya un tiempo, ya estaban. No, porque hay muchas empresas que cuando salen, por ejemplo, Rivian, que todavía, si la gente compró el tope, sigue comiendo mierda, ¿no? Pero si compraron abajo, no les fue mal. Pero esto no. Esto, ve lo rápido que cayó. ¿Y cuánto tiempo duraste aquí abajo? Nada. Fue del 2002 al 2002. Y ahí ya nunca más lo volviste a tocar y te fuiste para arriba. No es lo mismo. No es lo mismo que estamos viendo con Whirlpool. Entonces yo diría que con cuidado ahí. Y para cerrar esto, damas y caballeros, alguien había preguntado de Oclo. No ha cambiado nada en Oclo en mi punto de vista. Para todos ustedes que lo están viendo, sigues en mis objetivos. Vas a venir acá en los 43. Yo no me voy a meter a Oclo a menos de que llegue a los 25. ¿Por qué? Porque por más que ha caído fuerte, también subió muy fuerte. Y no tienen un solo puto producto todavía. Ha caído 76%. Aquí es 87%. 90% es por acá en los 14, 15 dólares. ¿Qué es lo que normalmente estas empresas, este tipo de empresas caen? Cuando caen. Y este tope lo hice en octubre del 2025. Apenas va a llevar un año en caída. Esto se va a recuperar. ¿Pero dónde? ¿No? ¿Quieres invertir en Oclo? Tienes chance aquí donde está la primera línea, ¿no? En los 40 y ¿qué es? 43. Segunda está aquí en los 34 y la tercera está en los 25. Tú escoge tus objetivos y piensa el por qué. Pero yo en Oclo no voy a meter mano hasta los 25. Ya en 25, pues güey. Vamos a ver cuánto sería el subidongo a probar altos históricos. Un 6X, ahí valdría la pena. Pero no antes, porque no tienen un producto, no sabemos. Y también Jeff Bezos y todos ellos tienen una de estas maquinitas, estas empresas que hacen mini reactores nucleares. No sabemos cuál vaya a jalar. Por eso Elon Musk y Sam Altman también públicamente se están peleando para hacerle publicidad a esta cosa. Es porque Elon dice, en él, güey, no necesitamos estas madres, podemos llevar toda todo nuestro requerimiento eléctrico al espacio, ¿no? Para los centros de datos y no tener que lidiar con esto y simplemente usar paneles solares que vuelan en el espacio junto con estos. Así que para Oclo tienes eso y ya. Y ya, básicamente, yo creo que esto, para mí otra vez, ¿qué me fijo? ¿Qué es en lo que más me fijo? Simplemente en lo de los ciclos. Y en lo de los ciclos me dice, si vamos como el 2018, deberíamos de ver a cierto punto este verano un fin a la caída y luego el pompazo a octubre. Después de las elecciones te lo tiran y ya es lo que básicamente nos daría el mismo movimiento también de Bitcoin y de todas estas cosas. Entonces, vamos paso a paso. Todas las noticias del fin del mundo ahorita no tienen sentido alguno. Güey, ¿qué importa? Díganme qué chingados cambia con que el estrecho de Hormuz esté abierto o cerrado. No, es que la gasolina cuesta más. ¿Sí creen que es eso? ¿Y la gasolina es todo el problema de todo el mundo? ¿Es lo único? ¿Es lo que crea que todas las empresas caigan? Las narrativas son muy divertidas. Esto le debería estar conviniendo cabrón a Tesla, ¿no? Porque imagínate cuántos coches van a vender con el precio de la gasolina para arriba, pero no, lo están poniendo precio para abajo. No sé. Veo el dólar subir, bien, es algo que hemos estado viendo por literalmente un año, para toda la gente que no sabe leer tablas. 1, 2, 3, 4 velas trimestrales en camino para arriba, ya recuperando el promedio del 9, y de acá mínimo objetivo 110, segundo objetivo serían 114. Pero esto puede tardar, güey, vean qué poquito subió en un año. Puede tardar otro año haciendo esto y otro año haciendo esto, ¿no? No se desesperen todavía con nada. Todo sigue en las mismas pendejadas. No hay nada que haya cambiado, no es el fin del mundo, todavía no es la recesión de 1929. Esa va a ser en el 2029. 2029. Es a lo que apunta todavía. No tengo bola de cristal, simplemente una vez más estoy repitiendo los números que he visto en todos lados y ya. No tiene más ciencia. Índices, vean ante toda esta caída. Están bien arriba los índices todavía, ¿no? Por eso, cuando comparamos el 2022 con el ciclo ahorita, no tiene sentido alguno, cabrón. El 2022 fue una masacre. Y también para Bitcoin, pero también fue una masacre para todo esto. Ahorita no tienes eso. Perdón, pero o sea, la caída de los aranceles fue más dramática que lo que está pasando ahorita. No se me preocupen por pendejadas. Paciencia, ¿no? Nos metimos a invertir a largo plazo. Quédate con ello. ¿Qué más te da? Sal, ve el mundial cuando haya partidos o ponte a leer un pinche libro, lo que tú quieras. Con eso los voy a dejar el día de hoy. Los voy a ver el miércoles. Gracias a todos por estar aquí. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Cuídense mucho. Y me voy a quitar estos chinitos, que no lo puedo creer. Un abrazo. Pórtense bien.